Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far, hope everyone's having a good one. Oh, hey Devil, how's it going? So, since last time, okay, let's go over what was done last time before I go too far with what we've got going. So last time we left off, I believe we set up a loose system to automatically place spawn points around the edges of terrain. I believe that's what we did last time. And I can't remember if I was fully successful by the end or not. I think I was. Basically, it would place little red squares around the edges. I was gonna write where's audio, then realized that my Twitch was muted. Understand that feeling. But yeah, so we have a bit that's changed since. So let's kind of crash course what's changed and what's been added and changed in general, yeah. So I've added a loose functionality system here for how I'm going to probably approach doing the enemies list moving forward. Is I will just manually do the constructor like this. So this is a parented constructor. It's taking this constructor here from the enemy constructor, reapplying it here, and then I'm overriding a couple of things. As you can see, obviously, sprites, for example, health points, damage, speeds changed, and some of these base values that are inherently here, but I'm just going to override them here. This gives me a templating option. That means I can put in some values that are going to probably be universally used, or fairly universally used, and I can edit them still in the long term. Now, what I've been playing around with is the max force, and that's relative to... Oh, sorry. A lot of systems that have been added. So this is the old system for reapplying the path stuff, which I've just deleted. And this is the new path architecture. So this is basically resetting up the targeting path for the enemies. And I can run this on a infrequent basis. The best case scenario is I'll take this and I might actually buffer output it, kind of like how I do with the spawning. So it would be kind of, again, like a batch system to ensure that it's not over-stimulating the game. Then we've got all of the spawning stuff, we've got the pathing trigger here. Then we've got enemy path reset as a function here. That's basically just to go through it all. Stuff like that. I don't think there's too much insanely that I've been doing that hasn't been done in the previous game, other than just general cleanup, adding more features to it that mean that it's less universally applicable in a lot of ways, but it is much cleaner to use for what we're using. So, I mean, there's one thing that clearly comes from this. How far along is this actually in the game when it comes to, like, implementation process? Because I can talk all about how, like, we've set up the spawning, we've set up the pathing. How would I know that that is all working? Well, that's why I say I've done a lot of work since last time, and I'm actually really proud of what I've done, even though immediately my brain goes to this. But sorry. So I've added a thing so I can teleport around, by the way. As you can see, if I click the mouse, I teleport to the mouse location, and I can also just drag. And I can go out of terrain with this. It's fun, good fun times. But if we go into this room, you'll see the squares are gone, but Yes, I am also drawing their pathing at the moment, and that is purely so I can test it. I'm currently trying to resolve the occasional hitches that happen with, the things. And I want to improve their movement kind of swarming nature, just a little bit more. As well as I kind of want to add, some avoidance architecture for themselves. Which we've done that in the past, but I kind of want to see if I can find a more lightweight method to reduce a lot of the complexity that comes with that. But however, as you can kind of see in a basic sense, we do have enemy pathfinder. And it is very clear, but yes, they are pathing towards me when able. There are ways to break it. Obviously, I can do this and it immediately breaks it, and that's because I'm outside of terrain zone. There's also technically, if I do this, my positional data changes just mildly enough that I technically am inside the terrain. So I'm gonna have to do some cleanup around that as well. But we have basic tech for this now. I am playing around with a lot of aspects of this, by the way. One of the big changes I did also is I changed how they parked, so it was always absolutely directional. Instead of doing the variance, because the variance could just lead to a very slight bit of overhead and inconsistency, and it meant that the slimes would move really weirdly when I'm already going to be probably nudging them apart and doing all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to have to try and figure out some avoidance architecture. But keep in mind as well, there is another glaring issue that's also kind of come up that I need to resolve that I'm going to probably be working on immediately today. And that is, why is the weapon not on at the moment? Well, that is because, with all of the new stuff that I've added around enemies, dealing damage has changed. And because dealing damage has changed, I need to rewrite a bunch of things to work with that. Hey, how's the thing that I barely attended in uni going? Boy, do I know that feeling. But yeah, no, this is, it's overall, I'm quite impressed with, how this has kind of gone over the last, like, week. Keep in mind, again, most of this progress, while it is, like, a lot of rewrite, and, like, copy and paste theoretically, there is a lot of reformatting that I have done that we can go look at, like, the original stuff to go ahead and see how much has changed. Studying agriculture now, more my thing. That, honestly, agriculture is one of those things I would love to study if I had the time. If you know what I mean by that, right? Like, it's one of those personal things I'm always so incredibly curious about, but I can never see myself doing it as a career path personally. But I just want to know about it, right? Finishing logistics degree? Oh god, that's gotta be a pain in the ass. I can only imagine because of some of the logistics stuff I've done in the past. Meanwhile, here I am with a BA in majoring in education and a half-done software engineering degree. Me wanting to draw? Wait, no, that's just a time issue. That's more of a motivation thing. I mean, time and motivation play a lot more hand in hand than people realize. And this is, okay, maybe this is like old man wisdom section here. But like, and feel free to disagree with me on this one, because this is very much kind of like a personal opinion, but I feel most people, in my experience, spend time, right? Like, you spend time, as if a currency. And the higher your motivation for things, the more willing you are to spend that time on it. Or try and forcefully find the time for it. Whereas, if the motivation is lower, you're less willing to try and accommodate spending that time. And that's kind of how I feel with, like, a couple of things. Drawing for me as well, like, I know I should be doing it, I have to do it for this game, so it forces me to take an action. But, like, it's not that I can't find the time for it per se, but it's when I have the time that could theoretically be spent on that, I'm more likely to spend it on other things. Now, admittedly, sometimes that is playing games or watching an anime, or in recent time it was watching through the entirety of Stargate Universe in like a couple of days, which was awesome. Rewatching that, by the way. Loved that series. But yeah, it's that kind of idea. Let's see, I have a logistics technician degree, warehouse specialist documentation, transport specialist documentation, as well as a lot of stuff like training in the field, or some forklift certified. Damn, devil, you getting all the bitches then. Thank you, man. I should know depressing. Well, I mean, like, I know. I also think about it depressingly with that, but, like, I think it's a positive way to look at it, because it's just trying to find the way to, like, take that and find an excuse to spend the time. And I know that's, like, really, really weird, but, like, I don't know, because I'm also terrible for this stuff, because, like, if I want to actually do something, I'll just go do it, regardless of motivation level. I just slog my way through it, which is very much that kind of mentality that's born from doing jobs that I hate for too long. That's also kind of why I don't want to do more jobs that I really, really hate in my life, because of how, that has gone. But yeah. I mean, it's kind of that thing of just finding a way to enjoy stuff. With art, for the most part, I enjoy doing it for streaming. It's actually a really good avenue for it. It's like, it's a creative outlet. And it can lead to times of discussion. It's not too bad. Speaking of, I still need to finish that Mume one. The Mume Splash. And I need an engineering degree in logistics. Hell yeah. Get a master's in that shit. Hey, Sweeb. How's it going? What am I doing at the moment? So, I was just showcasing the pathing architecture, the spawning and pathing architecture that's been put into the game, which is still loose, still has its problems. But the fact is that, like, outside of a couple of niche problems that I can resolve pretty quickly, the enemy spawning and pathing at the player is pretty much there. I just need to fix, like, there's a very clear, glaring issue, and I kind of know what solves it, and I'm not happy, because it kind of takes away from what I like. But, if we come back in here, you can see we've got this. Now, fun fact about the pathing system. Yeah, see, here's exactly kind of what I'm talking about, is this gets stuck. Occasionally they'll get stuck when they spawn, or, if I kind of, like, teleport over here, you might see it. Sometimes they just get stuck on the terrain. Yeah, there we go, there was a bit there, but you can dislodge them again. I just need to do some cleanup around that sort of stuff. Especially with this bit of terrain, they've been notoriously bad about getting stuck on this. But for the most part, I've resolved it. I do need to fix some of the collision of the player, though, because as I was shown earlier, if I run here and then stop running, I can run across this now, and the enemies can't path to me, because technically I'm, like, slightly pushed in to the terrain. But obviously the moment I'm not, everything resumes. Also, FPS is holding pretty stably with this, and I'm drawing a lot more than I should be. Because again, these paths aren't going to be drawn long term. Enemies are going to be undrawn properly when they're outside of scope. Stuff like that. But also, we're not running a lot of other code, because we're not running weapons at the moment, because that was what I was about to go work on, because currently weapons break because of the new systems that I've implemented for the enemies. I also need to add, like, a better buffering system so they don't mush together too much, and all that. Which shouldn't be hard, because I could probably just add a slight separation force algorithm, kind of what we've had before with vectors. Do kind of like a slight bit of the vector-based movement that I had before, except for just not doing the other stuff. To give an idea, by the way, as well, so normally you might, if you're interested in pathing in Game Maker, there is inherent pathing architecture in here, where you can just go path start, for example. I've not done that. I have done the more crazy approach, which is to rip the data out of the point of pathing, calculate the direction and distance and everything like that, and then use that for pathing, and then send it through my vector-based algorithms. And then, yeah, just do that instead. Which is... yeah. It's allowed me to do things with it that I might not be able to do with the previous one. But it might also be slightly more heavyweight. So it's kind of one of those things of I'm now going through mild optimization there as well, as an assurance policy. But no, what I need to do now, so I'm just going to turn on this, so I can toggle this one on, because this is just the, like, most consistent damage that I can output on a frequent basis. Okay, well that's interesting. It just really didn't like that. Give it a moment. Here we go. Fine. So if I stand on you, that still works all the same. So what's wrong with this? There we go, with crash. Current damage is not set before reading it. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That's part of the debugging process that we have with the dummy that's in the main room. So I just need to circumvent that. Also, I love these errors that I'm getting from its diagnostics. Because these errors are like all errors I've perfectly accounted for. And I find that funny. I don't know. Like, there's 24 errors. If we pull this up here. Some of these I can't resolve because they're not within my scope. They're the, like, Steam-related stuff, but I've disabled most of it, so it's fine. I'll just deal with it later. But, like, this is just like, oh, this appears where this is appearing, and, like, these locations. Yet it's actually... it's fine. It's just left as an ambiguous item coming through because there is no way to truly attribute it correctly. So it's just, again, fun thing with some of these errors is they're just not actually real errors. They're just misunderstandings of attribution, and none of them are actually dangerous. Okay, so I need to go here. And go back to the output so I know exactly where I'm actually looking. Is it here that I'm looking? Step event for current player, variable object, current damage, not before reading. Okay, so if I go to enemies, we'll go to the dummy. Current damage, total damage, elipse time. So we need to go find all the instances of this. And go here. So, yeah. The damage handler is inherently just too lightweight. And was done fully for debugging purposes at this stage. So now let's actually expedite this to being closer to what we're going to actually want as the handler long term. So this can go away. So first things first, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to set up reduction effects. Amp effects, reduction effects, post, mid, effects. Then we apply the damage. And then, actually, we probably... Okay, this is that weird question of, would I want... Where do I want to apply damage triggers? Is it... Okay, that's a hard one. Like, weird point of... for all of this, but, like... If I was to trigger an effect based on when damage is dealt, when should it be applied in the grand scheme of things? Because theoretically, I should be doing it before I actually deal the damage, because what if it requires the information of the target to be there? It's either I do that, or I do, how did I do this before? Because I know I had a lot of that sort of stuff done out. Function weapon. Crit point, breakable, hit type once. So that's the crit base handler. This is if it's a breakable object, if it's hitting once. Apply effects here. Yeah. If the weapon has an effect that it would apply to the target. So this is where I handle the effect. This is where I handle knockback. If this deals damage, if there's an on-hit function here. Okay, so that's an on-hit function there, but I'm curious, how do I write? It would be under the characters, I'm pretty sure. Play a character. Okay. So that's how I do it. Okay. Okay, what I'm gonna possibly introduce may make a couple of skills significantly stronger than they were before. What do we think? Should that be the case? So, as an example, Cinder's blue flame effect is an on-hit effect where when it impacts when a damage instance would be dealt, basically, it will apply an effect that is a chance of dealing damage in an area around the target. Currently, this architecture is designed where the target may not exist at that point of cast. So therefore, it actually means that there is a large portion of time this potentially would trigger. It would not trigger when it would. The weakness we have with applying effects prior to target is applying effects before damage is that I'm gonna have to make, if we do that, a constant effect where I basically have to re-push the information of whether or not the target even exists at that point in time. Because it's very possible, if we trigger all these effects, they may not exist. To be fair, I'm not going to be doing a with anymore for this, because that's... Okay, technically good, technically bad. It means that it can lead to a lot of bad case scenarios and lead to chase code. I'm going to have to be doing a lot of, like, piece by piece with this to ensure errors aren't the case. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do it outside of the scope. A lot of the damage a lot of these, outside of reduction, or most of these will take calculation into account that aren't on the target and are inside of this or on the player. So there's a lot of, like, technicalities with that. So I'm probably going to have to pass through an owner to the damage. Right? To be fair, I could also have on hit done separate to the damage handler as well, because on hit technically isn't damage. This is just straight up the damage itself. Like, when I would deal damage, this is when I would deal damage. I believe before, though, how I did that was I had inside of the when I would deal damage, I would handle a lot of different effects. Yeah, so there's spawn damage text, that's fine. This is where I handle the on-crit aspect of it, because it is when we handle whether or not it's a crit and what type of crit it is. And then I just literally minus damage to the target. Yeah, okay. Probably do this then. This is on deal here. What was this considered? This is considered an on-deal effect. So this is actually done in damage prior to damage. Right? Yeah. Okay. So... we've got a couple of things here that we're going to want to add. We're going to definitely want to add, that. And then we're going to want to pass through an owner. So we don't want to pass through that, we're passing through owner. Okay, so this one doesn't have a locally distinct owner placed into it. Do I pass through owner to target? I don't. There we go. Okay, that should fix that bit of niche case scenario there. Function test skill. 10 skill doesn't matter. Test skill is a mistake. Because it was just a testing ground for a lot of very basic architecture. So apparently I knocked the charging cable out of that. You were doing so well earlier. Okay, stay in. Alright. So with the passer of owner and the weapon dealing damage part, what I'm gonna do is straight away, damage equals damage times owner dot damage. This means damage is live, updated. Now, I will not deny there are some complications with how this can be done, by the way. But this should lead to overall a better player experience. So what's happening here by doing it this way is it means that instead of when I cast a weapon, it sets its damage there and then. In most case scenarios, this guarantees when the weapon hits with the damage, it will be at its most current value. This leads to two things occurring, which is why I technically haven't done this before. This means that I'm pulling a reference more often than I did before, potentially, as well as this leads to a lot less customization. I could potentially make certain weapons apply, like, a consistent damage thing. I'm gonna be honest, the more I think on it, the more I'm like, I don't know very many case scenarios where I wouldn't want this to be live updated. And those niche case scenarios is because of, like, a potential consistency argument in a player's head. Say, if you apply a DOT area of effect that has a linger on the ground. So, a pool of acid, we'll use as an example, a pool of poison. It's on the ground, and when an enemy's on it, they take a portion of damage constantly, right? If that's the case, and they're taking this damage constantly, would it not mean that when I upgrade my damage in a level up, for example, like my player damage in a level up, not my weapons damage, because that is set, that I should not see potentially that damage creep up. Right? So I see it ticking for like 1 damage, I upgrade my damage from a level up, and now I see it ticking for 2 damage. Would that not feel like a better player experience, and like your brain would understand it better than if I didn't do that and had it's like, no, this is preset. This is exactly preset. I think that leads to an overall better player experience with it all. It makes sense so far. I'm glad that at least I somewhat make sense. Because I know that that's something I've been hearing a lot, by the way, recently, which I find really funny. Is how many people I know that, like, I'll speak on a subject and they just nod along. And it's like, is this all good? Are you okay? It's like, no, you just sound like you know what you're talking about, and I have no thing that I've heard so far that I disagree with, and I'm like, okay, but that doesn't mean that you should agree with me wholeheartedly. Like, what if... Is that, no, yeah. Damn, I'm getting a lot of people trusting me more and more. I'm gonna have to start pushing those boundaries soon again. Keep them on their toes. Oh! Randomly, I just looked at my hands and got reminded. Y'all wanna see something Noxie did to me? She's done this to me before and I've shown it. But y'all wanna see something Noxie did? Let's see. Always be on your side, my best friend in the world. Damn. I love how it's the world as well, just because, like, I mean, no, I'm potentially your best friend you know from New Zealand. I can at least say that. I'm not parasocial. Yeah, I was also gonna make that joke as well. It's like, I'm your best friend from the imaginary country, New Zealand. I swear I'm not part of your imagination. Alright. There we go. Pretty nails. Yes, Noxie did my nails last night. She's genuinely like, I want to do my nails. Hey, Malith, do you want your nails done? And I'm like, do I get a choice? I get a look and I'm like, I don't get a choice. Cool, I'm getting my nails done. So yeah. There you go. Nice pretty glittery blue and then a nice glittery silver. Damn, you're marvelous. I'm not gonna lie, if it wasn't such like a ball bag, I would probably paint my nails more. Because I'm not gonna lie, I feel pretty with these. But yeah, it's a fascinating thing where, like, I listen to a lot of people in more recent time talk on this, and this is kind of why I'm, like, cool with my nails getting done now. But, like, it's that aspect of, like, how often you'll hear it's like, oh, that's for women, that's for men, yada yada yada. And just, like, people going like, you know what, I'm just gonna get it done. I like this. I have my, you can throw the silver middle fingers, nice, yeah. I mean, it's one of the best ways to break up the coloring, right? Is to have, like, one color that's slightly different, and you'll either do the two, your middle finger and your ring finger, or you might just do the middle finger only, or thumb, stuff like that. Like, friend's girlfriend does his nails as well. It's just fun. I like it. Like, you feel prettier, like, when I'm typing or when I'm pressing the keys and stuff like that, I feel just that little bit more, like, fancy and stuff. It's fun. I like it. Like, I genuinely, it's one of those things. I wish I was willing to put more of that effort in to do that myself. But I sadly enough don't. Because I am terrible for that. But yeah, like, I have long hair. I like having long hair. It's not because of any grander reason other than having long hair is kind of fun for me. Even the annoying aspects of long hair is fun to me. I know. Get frustrated when my hair is too long. Yeah, and like, That's something I hear a lot with people. Both men and women. Right? And that's why I find it really fascinating. Come on, phone. Start charging. Come on. I don't know, it's one of those things that, like, I just let my hair grow out one point in my life. I enjoyed it a lot. I've done it again by letting my hair grow for, like, 2 years. And now I'm just, I'm enjoying it again. Don't get me wrong, I wake up and my hair's in my mouth. Sometimes. Like, I don't mind that. Washing it is a bit of a pain, though. Drying it's even worse. Why is this not charging? Almost feels like it needs an external electrical connection. Which is why, like, when I have my finger there, it's fine. And it's not even that it's, like, pressure, it's just that it's there. That's weird. Oh, I guess I can do the stream one-handed, right? That's not the first one. Yeah, like, the moment I remove my finger, regardless of the pressure I'm putting on. It just disconnects. Interesting. I wish I had better charging cables. My phone. Do I have any other cables that aren't like my old shitty ones? Give me a sec. Alright, there we go. Confirmation that you're playing one-handed since Tifa showed up. Dude, I was talking about Tifa with, Snakers, the other day, which is Noxie's partner. And all I say is, like, my god. They knew what they were doing with her stretch animation. He's like, yeah, they did. doesn't look like that's working. Man, I wish I had that last charging cable that my fucking ex stole. That cable was great. Do you know about the Tifa incident in Italian Parliament? Not off the top of my head, no. The fuck was an Italian incident to do with Tifa? How did Tifa get into the Italian government? Or, like, the Italian parliament, I should say. Big difference. Yeah, my old charging cable. This one seems to be fine. Interesting. Let's see. I bought a shitty looking cable in a gas station. Yeah, it's really weird how often you'll buy a cable and it's like, oh, you buy it from like a decent one, oh, it doesn't do well. But like, then you get like this random, like again, this is why I buy cheap ones most of the time, like cheap cables, is because randomly in my experience, cheap cables tend to do some of the best. The problem is cheap cables also can be the worst. Is the Senate. Google Tifa Italian Senate. Okay. Give me a second. Tifa Italian Senate incident. I just see, the first thing I see is a Reddit post saying Italian Senate accidentally placed 30 seconds of not safe for work Tifa ... Oh my god, did I just see what I think I saw? No, you know what's even worse about all of this? You know what's even worse? There's a fucking Magic the Gathering commander deck called the Italian Senate Incident. I love and hate that so fucking much. Oh my god, that's actually too fucking funny. That's... I mean, I need to see what this deck is now. You can't just Italian Senate incident this shit away. I'm sure what they've done is they've just done this so they can get, like, people being able to see the deck. But, like, oh, it's a fucking mono green Tifa too? Oh no. Oh god, wait, what? Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Is this gonna have giant? Yeah. Oh, this is a deck. To shorthand explain this, this deck, in case you're curious. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that, I don't know what the the fuck that is. Yeah, no, this deck's disgusting. Like, 100%, this is disgusting. This is actually foul. This is actually such... This is a deck that kills someone in, like... four or 5 turns. And then, like, can probably do that again. Yeah, no, this is actually foul. I hate this deck. But yes, sometimes people refer to it as an honorary senator. Hell yeah. I can't believe the VTubers. I love that. It's just scroll down a little bit. There's a fucking Magic the Gathering deck for it. And it's such a disgusting one too. I mean, I would love to click on and see what it is, but I cannot do that on stream, I feel. That's gonna be a later research thing. I mean, what? That's actually funny, though. I'm still, like... I think I talked about this, by the way, and I don't want to go too far down the Magic rabbit hole. But like, this is the deck that I'm working on actively at the moment that I've nearly got all the cards for. And it's just Kefka's You Sound Like a Self-Help Book. And it's just like Kefka being a complete and utter asshole. And I love this deck. Just as a kind of explanation of how close I am to being done with this deck, if I set it to the collection status, you can now see how many cards I don't own in this deck. It's just these. And the thing is, you look at them, for US dollars, $1. This is how close I am to being done with this deck, and I'm so excited for how awful of an experience this deck will be for everyone. And yes, by the way, there is Sauron in this deck. That's what this deck is. Like, this deck is evil. Literal evil. It's got Velvagoth in here. It's got the Warring Triad, of course. It's got a fucking Malboro. It's got fucking Nick Souza, which is an asshole card. I feel like I did a good job of making a very villainous deck. Fuck, it's even got Neko Bolas in here. Which, boy, is this a card. Like, I love how assholey this deck is, by the way. I genuinely do. But, like, I expect no one want to play against it. This is all about you're not allowed to have cards in hand, basically, is the idea behind it. I make you discard everything, and I drain your life and try and draw through my entire deck, and then just win the game. If you survive that far, I should say. To be fair, there is one testicle trainer deck. Yeah, it kind of is. There is one deck that I kind of want to make, but is like one that I acknowledge fully that is going to cost me like $200-300 at least, and is just going to be a long, slow process when I finally get around to it. So it's like real low priority, but it's going to be around Minwu, which, just a reminder, Minwu is from Final Fantasy 3, I want to say? Was it 3? No, it wasn't 3. It was 2, I think, actually. Yeah, no, Minwu's from Final Fantasy 2. Right? No, I'm actually questioning myself. How dare I? I can't believe I'm doing it this way. Let's see. Minwu. White Mage. Yep, Final Fantasy 2. I was right. Okay. But yeah, no, that card is bonkers. This here. Minwu White Mage. Vigilance, lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on each cleric you control. And just as a shorthand, not only do you get like Aerith with this and Rosa, so you get some decent ones, the problem you get is the Soul's siblings. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, you may gain 1 life. This is not your creatures, this is any creature entering the battlefield. Oh, an opponent's playing like a board of creatures? Cool, I get 1 life for each of those, which is 1 separate instance of gaining a +1/+1 counter. Which, by the way, this is also a cleric. This is also a cleric. This is also a cleric. All of these do the same shit. Well, this one's for your creatures, but point is, I'm gonna play a cleric. I'm gonna gain 50 life, but I'm doing that in 50 separate fucking instances, so all of my creatures get +50/+50. Fuck yeah. And then I get ones like this, which is when you get in life, put a 1/1 counter on this, and when this dies, create X white vampires with lifelink, where X is its power. Just whiteboard. They're not gonna get the tokens, sadly, because they're not vampire clerics. This is a cleric. This isn't. These tokens won't be. But you know, just need to put in Maskwood Nexus, and I'll be fine. Clearly. But yeah, the point is, just play a shitload of clerics that, like, whenever someone does an action, you gain life. Oh, you're gonna take a game action? Cool, I'm gonna gain 50 life. Oh, you're gonna do another game action? Cool, I'm gonna gain 60 life now. So, it's a funny idea. I like it. But I'm currently contemplating if I commit as a mono white version of that, or if I do the... whenever you gain, like, at the end of your turn, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the life you gain this turn. Which, it's looking like blue-white's gonna be really good mill. Because there's another card as well coming out next set that's out at the beginning of next month, which is insane. It is literally target player mills cards equal to your life total. So just play that with that deck, and it's just like, oh, Lamau, I've got 100 fucking life. Cool. Mill 100. Oh, you don't have 100 cards in your deck? Have fun on your next turn. I don't have an armor calculator. Say, right? Yeah. Create script. And we're gonna call this, and then we're gonna yoink. There it is. Yoink the armor calculator from here. First of all, we do need to have, resist ignore. There we go. There's technically more effects that would occur with these things, by the way, is because there's a end of, so there'll be a post-mitigation damage amplification that will also occur, because I know that there was an amp for that. There's also damage reduction on the enemies that I will also be applying, that will apply prior to resistances. So, we'll just write that there, like that. So we'll come back to damage reduction when we have that as a system in place. Because we're also going to have player damage increase and enemy damage amp. So then we have post-mitigation effects here. So think of it as a final damage amp. There will be an actual stat for that, which is just pure and simply, after all damage would be applied, re-amplify the damage by this final amount to increase its absolute potential. Gotta ride that power up to the max. Then we've got trigger on dealt effects, and then deal damage. which will just be as simple as target id dot health minus equal damage. So we're not going to be doing the zeroing thing here anymore, because we're going to be starting to implement basically the enemies will just die when they're at 0, which is a system they will be handling for the most part. Okay, that begs the question, what is the least frequent thing occurring? It would be the enemies, theoretically, right? Because it's either because the thing with programming you'll find is, a lot of the time, you want to apply the code in the least used location. Again, to reduce how, to improve optimization. So what I mean by this, as an example, is that if I was to run an event like when the player takes damage, I should be writing that on the player, not on the enemy. Because that will be a collision event. And the simple question is, what is more efficient? One item running a piece of code 100 times, or 100 items running a piece of code once? It ironically is that former option is slightly better to do. And when you increase, how many players, you immediately expedite how much better the previous option is. So, you want to run it on the thing that's less common. Why I'm saying this all right now is, what is less common? A weapon object or an enemy object? Because, by that intense purpose, that kind of argues where should the death trigger be handled. If the weapons are less common, then the weapon should basically go, cool, the target is on 0 health, I will handle the stuff that's relevant for that. I will run to the kill them the scripts. However, there is complications that can be brought forward with that. For example, when it's a boss and they've got unique on-death triggers. Now, there are easy-ish ways to kind of mitigate for that. However, it begs the argument that maybe the target should deal with their own death triggers themselves. I think I'm going to stick with that argument. I think the enemies should be handling their death triggers. I mean, they handle cleanup, so they might as well handle more. To give an idea, by the way, what I mean by the cleanup, so we have this bit of code here. So this is the cleanup, which I don't need path hold anymore. Path hold doesn't exist. But yeah, no, this is the code that we've got here now for, these sorts of things. This is basically to ensure when the target dies, it clears out of the memory space they're pathing. Because if you don't do this, this can stick. There's a lot of things that can stick, potentially. This is the one thing we definitely know will stick. I probably should have a vector initial movement cleanup as well. So we might just do that really quickly. So this would be... should be all I need. I'm also going to apply that to the player, even though technically I shouldn't have to. But we do have niche case scenarios where a player can, like a player object might not exist anymore. And there's a lot of things that will need to be done in the cleanup step for that. The player's cleanup is going to be a big nightmare, by the way, purely because we have to ensure that if think of it like this, if a player leaves the lobby, how much stuff is leaving with them? There is a lot of data and information that has to leave alongside them, so we can ensure that if another player joins in, we're only taking up 4 data slots at most, and never like a 5th data slot because you had a 4th person, they left, and then another 4th person came in, so now you have 5. Because then that's just a basically a leaking point where you could just perpetually do that and ruin the game. Because there will be data stuck. You need to make sure you're purging your data effectively. Which is a good point, is that, there we go. Malith, the Ubisoft guy said that microtransactions helps players experience more fun, so will you add microtransactions to make this? Wait, I hate that I'm actually gonna have to ask this, but like, while I 100% can see it, is that actually real? Because I can actually see that being real, of a thing that's come out. Please don't tell me it's real. Oh, that's gonna make me really sad if it's... I'm gonna have to look this up, aren't I? Because I'm gonna have to, like, read it. Ubisoft microtransactions. Okay. Microtransactions. Here we go. Let's just, well, we'll look at one of these news articles on this, at least. Ubisoft says microtransactions make the player experience more fun. Okay, I'm curious what your argument is. Ubisoft recently claimed that microtransactions can be a good way to make the player's experience more fun in premium style and premium single-player games. Already off to an interesting start. This may be a controversial statement, which many people who play Ubisoft games will disagree with. Okay, yep, let's see where this is going. I'm just curious, their argument. Microtransactions have become a reality of gaming in the 2020s. Despite their controversial nature, microtransactions continue to be rampant, particularly in free-to-play games. Reports from earlier this year indicate 58% of the revenue made from PC games in 2024 was from microtransactions. That I can understand, that's probably actually very legitimately the case. With titles such as Call of Duty, Black Ops 6, Roblox, Fortnite leading in spending. In Ubisoft's case, however, the publisher often adds microtransactions to its single-player games too, which immediately is what I dislike. But hey, sure, why not? Now Ubisoft has revealed part of the reason why it continues to add microtransactions to premium games in its most recent annual financial report. Spotted by Games Radar, according to Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot, microtransactions make the player experience more fun because players can personalize their avatars or progress more quickly. The CEO also stressed that microtransactions are always optional, indicating that gamers who don't like them can just ignore them. Okay. Really off to a bad start with this argument. I'm gonna be honest, right? I already think, Persona games push the boundary. With Persona 3 Reload, you could buy Season Pass, yada yada yada, and it would come with, DLC that were skins and such for the game. I think that's a touch and go thing, but I can accept that as a purely cosmetic addition that is kind of a non-within the game scope. It's a bad argument, but I still think it's valid. However, they also release exclusive personas inside of these DLCs that you cannot obtain any other way. The moment you hide gameplay that isn't a full new, set of gameplay and not just, oh, here's another thing to give you, and it's often objectively better, like a stronger effect or something like that, you've immediately lost your argument with me. Even if we want to admit they're correct, then it is personalizing avatars making the game more fun, not the microtransactions. Yeah. Yes, sweet. Yeah. In games, long term, we have had player customization options. We've had them for a very long time in games. But most of the time, they were locked behind achievements and efforts made by the players. Do I have a problem with an expansion of some kind being added to the game where it's you get a new bit of content and you get skins with that, and those skins are exclusive to that DLC? I have no inherent problem with that. It is polarizing, and it can lead to a lot of problems with your community, but to make okay, again, we're also excusing one part of this argument that pisses me very heavily off, but we'll get to it. But we're just focusing on this part here. Personalizing their avatars, right? Can I zoom in to make this a bit more manageable? Yeah. Now, I'm gonna be honest, there are certain keywords in this paragraph that should tell you exactly what you should take away from this. Ubisoft has revealed part of the reason why they're adding the microtransactions in its most recent annual financial report. The CEO agrees with microtransactions, which I bet if we go look at this financial annual report, because I'm now curious about this, we will see this being a substantial amount of their income in some capacity. The sustainability. So again, keep in mind what we're looking at here. We're not going to look at it fully, but what we're looking at here is a thing that you give to shareholders. Shareholders want the company to make money because then they make money. Okay, so net bookings, defined in section 2.6.1. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that's not too surprising. Yep. Mobile platform is on the rise. Again, if you want to get into game development, learning mobile platforms and so. Sales by geographic. Yeah. But that's also, like, still overall a down spike? Yeah. I'm just skimming info right now. Okay, you've pissed off players with this. Kind of already is, isn't it? Yeah, there's this. Yeah, this is very stakeholders, sort of or shareholders stuff. Interesting. Okay. They get money out of players wanting to use the features they included and spending money on it, and they just want money. Readers, don't mind us, we're justifying our greed to our shareholders, so both us and them can keep ripping off customers and stay happy. It kind of does. If they were honest and said, we want more, we want money for our blood-sucking ancient former humans, with no connections to humanity and more shareholders, that'd be, less, yeah. No, again, this is one of those things of, this is a person, this is a CEO selling to their, shareholders, no, what we're doing is more fun for players. This is incorrect. Because okay, you wanna know the biggest part of how this is incorrect? Because fun is subjective. You cannot make a claim they experience more fun in this case. They experience more fun when there is a more competently well-built game. There is often, and this is, I will give this the case, and we do need to acknowledge this. A game is often more competently made when it can make more money. Right? We can accept this. And we can get in, Ubisoft can guarantee a game will make more money if they add more microtransactions to it. This is the truth of this. This is an argument like, people drown when they go to the beach. Yes, there are probably more drownings at the beach on average than there are in your fucking bathtub. However, the statistics still probably a lot more similar than it seems, and it's actually more that there is water safety problems and monitoring problems than there is that people can just drown at the beach, right? Like, that's that argument there. It's, I mean, it's that, going back to the actual, like, original argument of that's used as a joke, is more people drown during the summer. So therefore, summer is bad. This is the inverse of this, which is just less people die from drowning in winter, which means winter is a good thing. Winter is more fun because less people drown. It's like, no, that's because people are less likely to go to bodies of water because it's cold as shit. Right? Like, that is what this argument is. It is a stretch and a half that is often used in a lot of political and corporate sets to justify things to stuff like shareholders. So this is something we've all agreed upon is the case. Gilmore's perspective will certainly be criticized by some of Ubisoft's fans. It's also going to be criticized by a lot of professionals. I'm going to say this now. There is a lot of people in this field that will disagree with this sentiment because it is very, very predatory. If the publisher was talking about free games, microtransactions would be somewhat more understandable. I actually agree with the sentiment, by the way. A lot of people will misunderstand, but if you've got a free game and it's got microtransactions, as long as they're not predatory, egregious, or anything like that, which again, that is kind of subjective, I actually think it's a very valid strategy. I think that's a great way to do the game. But yeah, no, like, going back to what's being said there, like, features that are locked behind microtransactions provide fun, People interact with the transactions because they want to have the fun thing, not because throwing money at the screen makes us happy. Yeah, exactly. That's the point that needs to be taken away from this. Is it such a roundabout argument? And the problem is he's talking about this with cosmetics. Now, again, we're not going too far into the progress more quickly argument, because this will actually just trigger me into a whole discussion about how this is objectively worse for gaming, for a lot of games, by the way. Now, I am all for trying to find in live service games ways to supplement the weekend warrior, right? I've talked about this thing before, where the weekend warrior is your typical individual that works through the week, has their family, that they have to interact with, friends and stuff like that. They have, like, that kind of normal standard sort of life that we hear about all the time. Not that it's actually really standard, but, again, busy adult, right? That very standard busy adult thing. A weekend warrior is one of those busy adults that maybe has a bit of time on the weekend, or like 1 or 2 afternoons during the week, where they can play a game. And they can only consistently play a game maybe once to twice a week. That is what a weekend warrior is. Right? Again, not actually saying they only play on the weekend, but it's the kind of general term that's used to kind of encapsulate that group of people. Those people benefit from games adding expediting processes. Why? Because they normally have more disposable income than the other individuals in this game, so therefore this is their way of compensating for it. However, games don't ever get this right, because the problem is, when you add a system to expedite the process, that means everyone could potentially have access to that. When I was working aggressively hard, and when I wasn't working aggressively hard, I still bought like Prime Access for Warframe, which gives you an EXP booster for 90 days. I managed to, for a long time, have this EXP booster chained permanently. I chained it enough that, again, when I stopped working and I still kept buying these things, it was rough to buy them, but I could still kind of scrape it through, and I could just keep having this obscene advantage over any other player. And this requires me spending like $300 every month, a couple of months, I think it was. Which is obscene when you think about that. Again, my current rent, which is much lower than a lot of other people's in my country, is $300 a week. That's a lot of money. But yeah, so already it's a thing. But many players do not want to keep paying for games they've already bought. Correct. Previous examples of microtransactions, such as Assassin's Creed Valhalla selling EXP boosts, which I think that immediately pisses me off, because they'll say this was successful. People bought this, so therefore it's a good thing. This is predatory. This is 100% a predatory action, and it is really hard to justify this. We're met with huge backlash from the community. Similar criticism can often be found in social media, as gamers are largely not thrilled by microtransactions being added to single-player games. Yes. It's hard not to guess why Ubisoft continues to utilize microtransactions so often, as they have proven to be incredibly profitable. Microtransactions are likely a big part of the reason why Assassin's Creed Valhalla earned over $1 billion for Ubisoft, for example. Yeah, I think that'd probably be a valid thing. Someone could probably do the backward math and get the answer of that. In any case, gamers should not expect Ubisoft's stance towards microtransactions in single-player premium games to change anytime soon. It currently has multiple games in development, such as Prince of Persia, Sands of Time, Remake, Assassin's Creed, Codename Hex. Some of these titles are expected to have microtransactions in at least some way, regardless of whether they are single-player or multiplayer experiences. At least the financial report indicates that Ubisoft is seeking to set up a working group dedicated to monetization and associated risks, which indicates that the publisher is concerned about scaring players away with too many microtransactions. You know what that screams to me? And again, this is me with much more negative Nancy hat on. This is basically, how close can we milk? Like, This is them going, how close to the line can we get before, like, we hit a scenario where we lose our consumer base. And that is disgusting to me. As a company, I get it. A company is made to make money. People vastly underestimate how that is the case. If they don't make money, they don't feed the people that are working for them, and they don't get their shareholders happy. And because they're trading publicly, that is what they have to do. This is just the law. This is how this stuff works. Because if they don't do that, their shareholders can sue them and basically destroy the company, and then all of those jobs are lost. We have to accept this as a thing. However, it does not stop the fact that there is a moral obligation to not be taking predatory actions against your consumer. To not utilize their good graces and basically treat them poorly. You have to treat them with a minimum baseline of respect, and that is essential. We need to stand as close to the line as crushing down and burning as we can possible to make money, yeah. I don't mind throwing away some money to get extra thing, but my app, in a small pile of expendable income does not make it fun for you. Yeah. No, I think, again, there's a reason why I'm scared with the amount of gacha games that have popped up now, how soon it will be until the West introduces more of those features into gaming, along with this. Because that's something that's really concerning. We're already seeing that done in games like League of Legends and all that with, and Blizzard games with, like, gacha-based systems in their games to obtain, like, cosmetics. And that's already a very fine line of acceptability, whereas, like, it's a cosmetic item. I don't like that because the worst part is it's trapped with FOMO as well. Which, a reminder to those, FOMO is one of those terms that got destroyed by the usage external to game development. It's one of those words that hit the public. Some people said it correctly, or some people said it incorrectly, and now it's expedited into a point where the actual term kind of means nothing, close to what it used to. The original meaning for FOMO is specifically talking about monetary benefits that are gained for the player, but they're under a limited time. You can technically consider some cosmetic under FOMO, but it is a lower priority FOMO problem than, for example, if I said, here is a battle pass that the game has. This battle pass will exist for a month. There is items in this that are objectively strong. Once the battle pass is gone, these items are gone. There is no way to obtain these ever again. You now have a fear of missing out with FOMO over something because you will now be set worse off than someone that spent money. Which is why I personally dislike when anything multiplayer-wise is locked behind, that is not cosmetic, is locked behind any form of paywall. I will always have mixed feelings about a character, for example, in a multiplayer game being locked behind a paywall. There's a lot of mixed feelings with that. Again, I don't have a better argument than just there's mixed feelings on that, because, like, I get it from a company standpoint. It's also potentially a way to ensure that people don't overplay it and cause problems with it. But also, do you know how you get a lot more testing done with a character? When everyone's playing it. Oh, there's bug that's turning up that we only see occasionally because only a handful of people play this. Or there's an interaction that was not intentional, that is only seen very rarely and doesn't get reported often, only because a handful of people that actually play it. Versus, this character is universally available, everyone can play this, people can test it. I will always kind of stand by that should not be a locked behind architecture in most games. I will accept some, again, situational arguments that become a bit difficult. Here's an example, one that I think's fine. In Final Fantasy XIV, you cannot obtain some of the classes unless you buy some of the later DLC expansions. I think that's fine, because those are things that are locked behind a paywall of buying the game again, basically, in cost normally, but they're also locked along with a shitload of content. You are not locked behind a paywall of you don't have this class because you just don't pay that money. It's you're locked behind a paywall because this class is tied to this section of the game. I can accept that because you're normally paying, again, a lot for a very large section of content. There's a reason why, arguably, you're actually underpaying for the amount of content, and that's why they have a subscription basis, which that can be a whole discussion as well. We're avoiding that one. We're mainly talking about microtransactions here. And it's simply put, I stand by, I do not care your argument. Microtransactions typically are a bad thing to the consumer. Don't try and dress it up as they have more fun, because you're just going to piss off people with that. It is totally fine to say, we have made significantly more money by introducing microtransactions, and we've not had any issues. What we're going to do is we're going to set up a team to see how far we can push them. If you just said that shit, you sound much more like what you actually are, and I would be a lot more willing to accept your argument. The moment you try and put an argument that players have more fun spending more money on your game is immediately a bit of a fucking cop-out. Like I've said before, as an example, right? This is probably the best example I'm going to be able to pull out of my ass. I have a game in development, very loose development, which is the card game, right? We've talked about the card game a fair bit. I still really want to do that, and that game is going to be a monetized game. I've said this before. There is going to be expansions and DLC for it. However, if you give me a second to pull it up, because there was one that we've talked about very avidly, which was the Maid one, for example. I would like to reach out to VTubers, for example, with their game, VTubers and other content things. This was always an intention of it, where I reach out to them and go, cool, I would like to introduce a skin in the game based on you. Right? And my statement about those is I will make those monetized. However, as a loose negotiation number, what I would be doing is I'd be saying, cool, 40% of the revenue goes to you, the VTuber, that is agreeing to this, because at minimum. Another 40% will go to a charity of your choice. Then 20% of it goes back to me and the people developing on it. These DLCs will probably cost about the same as the game. My reminder, the game is going to cost about $5 to $10. However, the skins I'm probably going to keep lower, on the lower end. The gameplay ones I might do a little bit higher, but I expect that the largest scale, cost of the game, if you were to buy, like, all the content, I would never expect it to go above, like, a very small... I don't think I'll ever get triple digits, realistically. And if I ever did, fully call me out on that. Like, that's one of those times where it's, no, you should probably call me out on that. But that's, yeah. Would you be able to pay taxes of profit by keeping only 20%? Pretty much. Oh, okay. What I'd probably do is that would be the amount of money that's getting justified for that cost. That would probably be post-taxation argument. I would definitely be checking against that. But that's why I say, like, that's me spitballing, like, okay, the actual profit from purchase. So once the taxes have been paid and once the platform expensive has been paid and everything like that, that's how much would be obtained from it. Now, again, that would probably be a very minor amount. However, also by that same argument, it could be a shitload, right? Because it would depend on how many purchases are there. Gonna be calling you a greedy bastard? Oh, 100%. Like, again, this game is literally my argument of I want to make money out of this. I personally want to be able to fund my other endeavors with this game. There's a reason why I should really be working on this more. But realistically, what I need for this is someone else that's much more competent in an engine to work with me. There's a reason why what I really need to do is actually go nag Roger and ask him to sit down with me and work on this with me. Because he's given me a lot of advice already, and I've not been able to work more on this project purely for time reasons. I would love to work more on this project, I've just not had the opportunity. And I just don't have the skill level, and I don't really have the ability to rapidly improve and research what I'm doing. But yeah, that is genuinely my rationale for it, is I would be taking as minimum profit as I can from the projects to pay the artists that worked on it, pay basically everyone else that worked on it and myself. I'm very likely to take the smallest income I can from this project just to justify being able to bring more people on for it. To bring the quality as high as I can. I stand by this. I need enough money to live my life. That is it. That is not a shitload of money. That is how I see that. If I can make a game that I feel is of the quality that is justifying of your money, I will charge it. That's how I stand with that. That's what this project is. This is why I'm putting a shitload of work into it and why I'm taking it as slowly as I am, because I'm scared if I don't do it right, I don't justify that I'm putting a price tag on it. Yes, welcome to how I see that. So yeah, no, this is where I'm like, I would love to have a team of like totaling of 5 people, 2 programmers, including myself, and like 3 artists. You want money to live after working? You're greedy and can't. Yeah, I know, right? I want enough money off of this so I can justify working on other projects as well. How dare I? I love the best part is we're talking about this kind of shit right after talking about literally one of the most greedy fucking things we could have ever seen, right? That's the best part about how, like, this is the juxtaposition between, again, morality. Like, corporate morality versus consumer morality. I have a lot of consumer mentality coming into this. Right? Gonna probably buy it if I still have any money or a house when it comes out, assuming it will come out and I'm still alive at that point. That's a good point. That is, I stand by, that's a very valid statement. I take that criticism very, like, I take that on the chest. Because, yeah, no, this game has taken years and it has still just looked like a dog. That's it. And it's why it's, again, the worst part is, outside of a handful of, like, niche case scenarios, this is not a hard game to program, and it is something I should not be taking as long to do. The fact that, in, like, the space of a month, we had a very far along architecture for this. And I just haven't touched it further. Which, angers me. Something fierce. But, like, I I'm at a point where I probably can't do much more design space here, because, like, the more I add here now... Like, okay, this is the other point I do want to make, by the way. I expect I'm going to make expansions for this, right? So how I'm going to explain this best is I'm going to make in-game expansions, and then I'm going to make, like, side things, like the maids. The maids is not going to be, per se, an expansion. It's going to be something different. You're going to make this in Game Maker. I've already... So, again, I'm going to make this in Godot. That was always the intention. Godot or Unity. Because Game Maker would not handle some of the aspects of what I want from this as cleanly as I would like. Could I make it in Game Maker? Yes, I could make it in Game Maker, but it would be a lot rougher than it should be. The game would wholly benefit from a much more capable engine for the environments that would be required. Godot and Unity offer that, which is again why I say Roger is a really important factor of, like, if I was to work on that, someone like Roger would be essential, because Roger has a lot of experience in Godot, and he has a lot of ability to, like, really test weird and wacky concepts that can be pushed and make this a much more pleasant visual experience, because that would be one of the biggest things the game would be aiming for, is animations, particles, stuff like that are absolutely important for making this game successful. I can do the card design, I can do all of the rest of the concepting and everything. I can't make the game look pretty. That's why I need a hire artist and hire someone that can work with animation. Because, like, again, the underlying ruling of this is literally, it would just be trigger events. It would just be like, what does this card do? That's the reason why keywords would be really simple and important to work with, and stuff like that. Like, this here is a great example. So the Consumer of Moons, which is totally not Juniper based. Elder Insect God. Dark Nature, 7 cost, 5/6. Your insect creatures have cursed, and when this creature dies, gain 1 mana. And cursed was... when this, yeah, basically is Death Touch effect. So it's you want to just keep, like, get small little insects and swing them constantly, so you can get more shit out. And it being dark in nature means that you can ramp pretty easily, and you can do a lot of really great death effects. You can make a holy card that gives all undead cards -1/-1 when it's on the field. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like, that's definitely an effect that I would probably do. Like, again, that's where I come to this argument of, like, so coming back to what I was saying a second ago with expansions and stuff. Maid Cafe, the Maid Cafe one, that will be like a specialty one where you'll have to pay for that, right? But the design for that is so it's an opt-in, opt-out. It will be a fairly low bar of cost entry. And you would get a sizable selection of characters. But this does mean that there would never be a skin for it. If that makes sense, right? Like, that's how I would take the mentality. However, what this also means is that when you get that, cool, you got all of that. However, for example, what we just said there with, like, oh, I might do an entire expansion related around, the Holy Church versus the Undead Uprising, right? Where we might put in the Lich Queen as an example, as that character is locked to that expansion. That expansion wouldn't cost money because it's a main story expansion. Or a main world expansion. It's not an offshoot storyline. It's not kind of like an event-orientated one. Or I might make this basically, it is an event, but you pay for it. Does that make sense? That's kind of my mentality of like, I would, overall, more content would be being put into the game that's free than there would ever be that's paid for, and mostly cosmetics are locked behind the paid for wall. Yes, is this a single-player game? And this kind of comes to this argument we were having. Yeah, but like, that's me going, Vampire Survivors is exactly the example I'm kind of going with this. Vampire Survivors has a fairly low baseline, and it releases DLC that cost a similar amount as its initial thing, right? When that releases a DLC, it often releases updates to its base game as well at the same time, adding additional content to the base game while also giving you all of the relevant stuff in the DLC. The DLC is normally a substantial change to the game. It doesn't make it more powerful. You don't become significantly stronger per se. I'm gonna be honest, the last fair few expansions they've done have not pushed the power level of the game, like, in any notable way. The moment they added Queen Sigma, it kind of stopped at being able to get power, because that thing was insane, and that's base game. And that's that point. So that's why I say, like, Maid Cafe might be something you would have to pay for separately, but the Lich Queen here, you wouldn't have to pay for separately, but it would not be in the base game. Like the original base game on release. There's a lot of things, like that's kind of why I'm like, the All Dragon is another example of like, I would probably do a dragon themed expansion that is just in the game. Everyone gets access to it, and like this will be the big kind of like centerpiece character for it. It's why I'll make an effort so that there's dragons before this comes in. Like, there's a dragon legend, and there's, like, dragon cards, but, like, a lot of them are gonna be coming with the all-dragon stuff. That's why I say, like, see this list of legends? Very realistically, this is way more than what would be on the release. Like, I do not think it would be a valid thing to say this is all you should expect from the initial release of the game. It's fairly generic, fairly simple, standard sort of effects. I might add a couple more than this to it, but like that's kind of that idea there of like, this gives you a diverse enough amount of play patterns to work from. So again, if you know a programmer that's really competent with Godot and is willing to work on a project like this, with the promise of basically split income from it, I'm more than happy to talk with them. I don't have the money to pay them right now, though. Or if you know anyone that's willing to learn. Because again, I'd love to work on this project. I really would. But I have all my life complications, and then we also have this game. That I feel like if I stopped working on this game to go work on that game, like substantially, I would be doing a disservice to everyone that's been somewhat relevant, like, has seen this project, has worked within this project, that has, like, even, like, anything, interacted with it in any way. It would be a disservice to anyone. I need this game to be a lot further along than it currently is. That's the biggest thing. It'd be over for VTube Unite at that point. Yeah. Like, that's that thing, is, like, if I move over to that project as my full-time project to work on, the VTube Unite would basically be indefinitely shelved, and that's not something that I think would be fair on me or anyone else involved. So I gotta do something about that. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay, so I need to add to... Oh. These cables, man. I need to add to the construction event here. We need to add... struct.armor. Yeah, I don't want this game to disappear. I really don't. I want this game to work. I just also need to reasonably consider working on other things more. How do I balance that all out and everything? That's why I say, like, long term, I would love to get a team of people to work with me. But I can't afford that. That's what that game's supposed to be, is my attempt to try and find a way to afford that. Dude, I just saw the fucking thing about the pizza. That looks like a nice pizza, by the way, Devil. Oh, that's a good looking pizza. Health is health max. Why was health not... Target ID, health, unknown. Looks really nice, yeah. That's one of them good pizzas. Them yum pizzas. New pizza place in town, so I had to try it. That's fair. Why is this coming up with a failure of health value? Have I misspelt it? H-E-A-L-T-H. No. Gonna have it for today's supper, tomorrow's breakfast, and most likely still a piece for next supper. It's bigger than it looks. Oh no, because I remember what your desk, like, size kind of was one time you showed it. That looks massive. Like, that... Because, like, that's a normal mouse and keyboard. That's, like... Yeah, even I would be struggling. That's, like, double the size of a normal pizza, actually. The more I think on that. Holy shit. Yeah, keyboard for scale. Like, genuinely, if we take the keyboard for scale, right? So, gonna bring this over here for a moment. We take the keyboard for scale. This is like, what? So, I think that's a slightly compressed one, because let's use mouse by example. Yes, that's slightly smaller than mine. That's longer than your keyboard, so it's probably about that. So it's, what? 35 centimeters? Long pizza? Yeah, I think, so it'd probably be like 40. Okay, so yeah, that's straight up. A 20 centimeter radii is fucking insane. That's huge. Like, that's the kind of pizza, if you told me you were rolling up the fucking slices to, like, eat it as, like, a singular, like, rolled object, I wouldn't blame you. You do that with, like, a normal sized pizza, I think you're a criminal. But, like, you do that with that? I understand. That shit's way too much. That's amazing. I love that. We used to have one pizza place where they sold 60 centimeters. Oh my god. Dude, even I would struggle to finish, like, a pizza of that size, I feel. It's closed now, but man, it was fun to have at parties. Oh, I bet. Because someone took a slice and they're like, I'm done for the evening in food. Meanwhile, here I am, I'd probably get through like 3 slices of that before I would start having stomach problems. And then I'd probably try and fit in another one. Okay, let's try it like this. God, that would... Do we even have anything like that here in where I am? I don't think so. I don't think we've got pizzas that big. Even from, like, the specialty places. To be fair, apparently there's a lot of pizza places that opened up since I was last in town, so maybe I'm wrong. Cool, looks like we're dealing damage. So now we just need a on... Oh wait, that's on the enemy thing. Oh, enemy. Health points, cool. Step event. Let's have the thing down here. Dealing with death. It's a hard thing, but he's gonna have to do it step by step. You guys get it? Because it's a death event on the step. Event. It's... Anyway. I heard from a friend, that they have a pizza place where you can order a 90cm pizza, but you need to call a day in advance and pick it up in person. I could see that. That's insane. 90 centimeters. I want to try it. That's like a slice every meal for me, maybe. That's insane. I'd love that. I want to have a 90cm pizza. Because that's like feeds me for a few days. It's gonna cost like $100 though. Your entire family to survive the winter actually is like that kind of size though. Like that's, if you have a family come out, like a big family, and you order that thing, unless you're like Pacific Island, I think you'll consent. Cool. Well, it's not very obvious. I am killing stuff. This is all working. I'm actually leading this joke in the code. Fuck you. I thought it was funny. I can't wait for someone to review my code and then go like, what's the fuck is wrong with this person? To be fair, from what I have seen, and I'm gonna say this very, very carefully, there is a lot of people that have been reviewing specific people's code recently, and they're being absolutely moronic about it. If you don't leave jokes and curses, are you even coding? You're correct. You are correct. But no, like, one of the... I won't talk on intentionally ignoring the pirate software hate web. Yeah, that's fair. Again, there's a reason, like I said, I tend to, when I'm on Twitter, I tend to see anything like it, and I'm just like, cool, ignore, because it's just not something I'm really that interested in, and most of it's really unfounded, and I'm just done with it. I'm so tired of the PS. Yeah, I feel like we're at a point where we're so far along that, like, I can talk about bits and pieces, but, like, it upsets me so many aspects of it, because so many things of it are people just reiterating other people's points and not bothering to look further. Some of those videos popped up in my recommendations. Yeah, I saw the main one that people have been talking about, which is that one guy that reviewed it and, like, tore into him, and it's like, anyone... so, I want to stress, by the way, and this is where I will call people out, and I'm being, like, very serious on this one, because this is something that is irrelevant to the pirate software drama. This is just actual shit that needs to be talked about. If you're working on a legacy program, you do not need to... Spending the time to refactor something takes fucking forever. This right in front of us is exactly my point. But I had to refactor the game. Because if I kept going with how the game was, it was just gonna become a big, buggy spaghetti mess. We 100% acknowledge this. That is why this had to go for a refactor. If you do not need to refactor, don't refactor. It's a fucking bad idea because all it's gonna do is delay your product. If you don't have to do it, don't fucking do it. Does that mean you're potentially working with 10-year-old legacy code from an engine that has been updated since? Yes. And that is something he's even acknowledged in his case. There's a lot of the complaints that we're actually getting put against pirate software are complaints against what Game Maker used to be. Oh, why is he doing this when he could do this? That's because Game Maker didn't have that. He had to do that shit himself. This is how this works. Stuff didn't exist before. You have to accept this. So that is where I got really upset with that stuff, because it's like, you're not actually complaining about the code, you're complaining about engine problems that a coder has found answers for, and have now since been answered externally. You should be praising that kind of thing. It's like, well done for finding your way around that shit. It's the same with how I'm trying to find, like, vectors. I've had to code in my own vector architecture in here, because GameMaker doesn't have an inherent thing for that. However, most of it isn't all that obscenely difficult for GameMaker to handle. But I've done it. I've done my own thing. If I release this game and in like 5 years there is a vector architecture that's added to GameMaker, I am probably not swapping over to it. Unless I absolutely have to. Why? Because it would be such a refactor effort, and that just kills the game. It's something that fucking amazes me that this is a thing that's being talked about. And I stress the amount of other, like, indie game developers I've seen come out of the woodwork and say, oh no, you should just refactor it though, because it's... You're clearly either on your own in development and you don't realize how long refactoring takes, especially for a game of this size, or you have a team of people that refactor every other week. If it works, don't touch it. It's not a meme sentence. Exactly. No, 100% coders work with the mentality of, if it fucking works and it's as optimal as you can make it without it breaking, fucking leave it. Don't do more to it. Try and optimize it as much as you can. Don't be sad when you can't. If it is inherently bad and it's going to cause problems, find a workaround. It's not about making the best thing ever, it's about making something that works. That is the case with all software. That is a very strict, that is what all software is. So yes, you can tell that I'm very annoyed at a lot of people with this, because it is just an upsetting scenario to be in, because there's also, like, meme ones that are getting spread around, and people are just perpetuating, like, oh, this is what his code looks like. It's not. And it's upsetting, because now this is just a narrative thing. Like, again, it's just people hating for the sake of hating. I've made it very evident, I don't condone bigotry, and I don't condone people hating for the sake of hating. If you have a valid criticism, go for it. But if your argument is, oh, he's arrogant, it's like, okay, point at a content creator that isn't. Right? Point at a content creator that isn't egotistical or arrogant in some regard. Because I can tell you a very short answer. There pretty much is none. They can be as good in everything as possible, doesn't mean ego or arrogance is bad. It's how it's used. To be a content creator, you have to have an inherent ego trip that you think you're maybe potentially interesting or funny or something enough for people to watch you. That is an objective thing. Now, it might be super deep-seated, it might not be in the forefront of their mind, but it is an aspect that has to be accepted. Now, obviously, there are varying degrees, yada, 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 but this is kind of the point we're getting to. And that's why I'm like, it's very upsetting. People follow arrogance, they call it charisma or ambition until they, yeah, no, exactly. It's like, I am someone that has been informed many a times, and I agree with this, I am extremely charismatic. I'm very good at getting people to listen to what I'm saying and agree with me. And that's not because of anything other than I've put a lot of fucking effort into knowing how people work, knowing how to phrase things particular ways, and how to sell my points. Again, I did public speaking and I did politics. That shit comes with the turf. And that's what I'm, like, so fucking upset by with some of this. Now, again, I've said this before. Do I think that someone like Thor is wholeheartedly innocent in all of the problems? No. I'm not making that argument. I'm making the argument that a lot of the hatred that is targeted at a content creator is normally unjust because it's normally people just following the trend. Or there is those that are on the fringe ends that just like hating for the sake of hating and trying to ruin someone's day to make themselves feel better about themselves. This is the case. I've come across that, even. And I'm not big enough to feel like I warrant hatred because I don't think people care enough to hate me. That's why we make the Google Docky joke, is because, like, while I have a lot of aspects that are very polarizing and probably quite against a lot of people, I don't reach enough people to hit the fringe cases where people would hate monger on me. Again, I guess the benefit of being a smaller content creator as I am. But, like, again, I wholeheartedly accept criticism and people going against what I say. If you told me I don't agree with your point, I will accept that, and I think that's a very valid thing. You're fully entitled to that opinion. However, I would like to debate that with you, if I'm in the mood. There's a reason why I think we've had times, even during the Final Fantasy stuff, with, like, talking about the message of the game. That was a great time, I felt, because it was like, well, I feel like I did push a little too much. It was really fascinating to go, like, what do we think is, like, an important message in gaming? Like, we've had many discussions like that on here, and I'd like to say that we almost always do it in good faith. Admittedly, if it's not done in good faith, it's normally my end, and I wholeheartedly accept that complaint. Right? It's how it go. Okay, wish you the best. Gotta get ready for some stuff for work tomorrow and sleep. Most likely gonna play some Vermintide before bed. Hell yeah. No, have fun, have a good rest, and try not to hurt yourself at work for fucking once. I swear to God. If I see another photo about how close you got to getting your hand chopped off, I swear to God. But no, have a good one, Devil. But yeah, no, I find it... I'd like to think that good faith discussion is something that's rare on the internet, and an effort should be made for understanding that. Just gonna saw it up just for the memes. Please, no. Please, no. Do it for the vine. No, don't do it for the vine. Okay, so we've got... I wonder... if we do this? I like if I add, like, a slight bit of separation, and, like, not even cohesion force, just a separation force to the enemies on an occasional basis. I think that resolves a lot of my issues, and then I can do separation force from terrain as well. To an extent. Oh, so yeah, by the way, so this is something that was supplied by Muffin, someone that's popped by every once in a while. Specifically, it's been a little bit, but they had a really, really cool coder, and we talked about this at one point, and they came up with this idea of how to do path trimming, which cleans up the path so it's no longer as, like, weird as you saw, and it's a bit more directed, but it's not directed, if that makes sense. Like, it's still a pathing architecture, and they can path around things pretty nicely. It just smooths out a lot of points to ensure that they're, consistently moving around. It's a really, really nice thing there. Like, the difference it makes for how the enemy's path means that they feel like they're moving towards you a little bit more and less, like, programmed to work on a grid, which is really important. Ooh, ow. It's a very nice, simple thing as well, in case people are looking at this. Again, you can see here is a great example of you gotta add references to who you got shit from. I did not write this bit of code. This was given to me. I've edited it a little bit here and there, where I've needed to, but for the most part, this is pretty much the code I was handed. Credits to Muffin. Which reminds me, I need to double check. I think I had something that I needed to make for them, and I've taken, like, months for it. Can't remember the last time they asked me about it. Should double check that at some point. What should we do? Should I work some more on this? Or should I do something a little different for a bit? We can do a little bit different. I think I've earned being able to do something a bit different for a little while. Let me grab the relevant tools. So we're gonna play Magic now. I love Magic the Gathering. Let's play Magic the Gathering. What else could you focus on right now except Magic? Realistically, way too much I could focus on. I have a lot of things I have that I will always be in the perpetual like effort of making and working on. But here's one that I have been meaning to work further on for a long time, and I thought it'd be fun to work a bit on right now. Y'all remember this? Yeah, reminder I do the art for this game. Much as people might forget that. It's the last splash art I was working on that I have yet to, like, finish. I'm sure you can figure out who it's for. Still in the process of doing the shape language, though. Because her code's different. You're doing a great job handling it all. I don't know, the shit doesn't get done often enough. I think that's my biggest complaint I'll always make, is regardless of how it go, it don't be going often enough. So this leg is in front, so this leg is behind, so therefore this is the knees there, this is a higher point. It's a lot of work and it takes a lot of different skills. That is true, yeah. The problem is I'm not very well versed in all of the skills I need for all of the stuff in the game. Music's one of the big ones that I still need to put my shit in place for that. That's the boozer like that, so I don't really need to do anything there. It's mainly the finer detailing stuff that I need to deal with here. So there's the belt that comes like down and up. because then it also has an offshoot of the belt coming down a little bit. That's probably further along than it needs to be done. Yeah. Out of curiosity, what's the canvas size? 256 by 256 is my splash art range. I try and stick to that as the ratio for it, because obviously you need to have a consistent one. Okay. And then it would be kind of like a thing here. That's why, like, again, it's fairly limiting, but I also, so a fun fact about it, if I maintain kind of what I was doing with the previous variant of the project, I also have to try and make it so the character is as far to the right as I can with it, while also, like, making it so they're feeling like they're moving to the right or moving around the right side of the thing as the predominant aspect. The reasoning behind this is how EXs worked before was that off the left side of the screen, the EX would come in with the sprite art, like their splash art, to just add to the accentuation of the character and the visual aspect of it all, so there's a consistency, so you know your ultimate has been procced. Because I think it's actually really valuable to have that, because it also means that the effort spent making the splash art higher quality is justified by the fact that I'm doing that, right? Like, it's one of those, say what you want to it, but it does actually justify the effort put in, is that not only are you going to see it, like, occasionally in the menus, you're going to see it during gameplay, and that makes it more valuable to me. So it's the middle fingers and the thumb finger are the ones that are actually gloved further on. She also, this is the part that's slightly confusing about her design, that's not very obvious in a lot of art, is she actually has twin tails, but they split from the same fucking point. Do you have a Mume's reference sheet already? I have many, but like what you're seeing here is what I tend to do a lot with them, is just try and find like their official art and imagery. She doesn't have a clean, she has one singular one that's fairly outdated. Her concept, let's see, concept. There. This is her, her thing. But, like, the problem with these is these are normally initial concepting reference points, and they're normally really terrible quality. Let's have a look, see. Yeah, see? To be fair, that's also on a weird site. So it's normally, one of the things I've found that has been more successful with me is while I might look at their concept art, I tend to look at fan art, because fan art tends to have really interesting ideas done with it all. You go to the VTuber wiki, most of them have their things. I think there was, Mume had it there? Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm trying to remember if this was one of the ones where it didn't. Again, like, to be fair, the wiki is also, like, I frequent the wikis for all these characters, because that's where a lot of information comes from and a lot of imagery comes from. Yeah, here's the concept illustration by Azure. But, like, I'm gonna be honest, the full body and the 3D model give me more reference points than the concept art does. Yeah, I think this one's just larger, so I can open the image like this. It still gives me a lot to work with, but, like, these images tend to do me better. I look at that, that's got a lot more value in visual detail. And then, like I said, looking at fan art is so much more valuable than people give it credit, as a way of, like, seeing, because one of the things that's often the case, and this was the case with Booby, was the big one I had this as an issue. You don't actually get to see a lot of, like, his full model, so, and because of that, you have to try and do interpretation. What would this look like, given the context? So, visuals like, say, this one here and these two here, basically. These are really valuable because this gives me a lot of ideas of what they'll look like in different positions as well, even if there's, like, creative interpretations being done with these. That's why I was looking at this one, because this gives me a lot of visual of positional information that might not be readily there, and leads to more design decisions I can work from. For example, this image here may not make it very clear, but this actually has her corset like connect fully before the belt, which, fun fact, if we actually go look at her art stuff, is not the case. The corset never actually meets because it shouldn't. It's a corset. However, I've got limited design space. I need to kind of show certain things and not show certain things. That is one of those things where it's actually worth me trying to make a lazier answer because it makes the other stuff look more valuable. Does that make sense? And now, again, lazy is probably the poor word to use here, poor turn of phrase, but you kind of get what I mean. It's like, it's correct usage of shortcuts. You don't have to have 100% detail, especially when you're working with pixel art, because you can't. If I wanted to have more detail, I have to scale this up so much more that, like, I'm not working with pixel art anymore. At least this way, you still see it as pixel art. The problem I genuinely have most of the time is the fact that I have to stick within the boundaries. If I go beyond these boundaries in any capacity, I immediately create a very awkward, like, visual thing. That's why I was also curious about the canvas size. Yeah, like, I could actually probably shrink the canvas size quite a lot, and it would save me a lot of headache, but that doesn't feel nice. Like, one of the fun parts with doing certain things with pixel art that is, again, where pixel art becomes a discussion point, and I've had this one with a lot of people, especially when I was doing my degree, where a lot of people think pixel art is easier, and it's contextual, is basically the answer to that. With what I'm doing, it can theoretically be harder than actually just drawing them in a higher quality, because I have so much more, I have so much more restrictions on my creative freedom I have, and it becomes even more so when I'm dealing with the actual, like, character sprites. Do you have any idea how hard it is to pull off a character sprite for these characters? It's insanely difficult, because how do you convey all of these details you're seeing with, like, this stuff into a, I think it's, is it even 64 by 64? I think it's less than that. I think it's like 32 by 32. Let's see. Characters, character assets, Iron Mouse. Yeah, 32 by 32 space. That's what a character sprite is. It's 32 by 32. That's insanely small when you think about that. 32 pixels by 32 pixels. You don't have much creative freedom there. And if just a handful of pixels, you have to make characters recognizable, and of course they have to look good. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's worse as well, and I mean this with, like, my love and care for what I'm doing, but, like, it's to make them have distinct silhouettes, is the term that we use a lot for this. Is if I go and take a character, Yeah, character silhouette design is, I think, the stuff for this. So, I'm going to pick this. Right? We're gonna look at this for a moment. Can you tell me what each of these characters are? Like, who each of these characters are in this visual? Can you answer that? The one that's above my head right now. I know it's really hard. I can try and bring up the image separately. Give me a sec. Open image, and new tab. Here you go. Can you tell me which each of these three characters are? Because this is an example of silhouette design. I'm pretty confident the vast majority of people that interact with media can answer at least two of these. But yeah, so we've got clearly this is Mickey Mouse, clearly this is Batman, and clearly this is Cloud from Final Fantasy VII. You can recognize these without any actual detail. You can only recognize them from their silhouette, because their silhouette is so distinguished. It's unique. This is something that VTubers in general do a lot, is they try and find like silhouette design arguments. Then we also get other problems around people saying, oh, you look like the same as this, and yada yada yada. Let's ignore that. But the point is, you try and make each character silhouette distinct. If I was to remove all color from a character, can you kind of answer who that character is? Now, I'm going to be honest, with most of my characters, no, you probably cannot. But this is the other important part. Silhouette design is not universal, or not always universal. Depends on how large scale you want to go. The splash arts in this, now that you could make as a universal argument. We could try and universally compare these. If you looked at the splash art without all of the color, you should be able to try and figure out what the character is. The sprites, if they're running around, it's probably not going to happen. However, what if we're taking the argument on a more smaller scale? If I'm in this game and I see a character at a glance, I should be able to kind of determine which character it is, given all the context I have. I'm running around, I see a character with brown feathers and large hair with a bit of like aqua maybe seeable. I should be able to fairly quickly discern that is Mume at a distance. Partly by visual language, partly by all that. That is what's important with that kind of silhouette-esque design argument. Is it's not just about how they're visual outside of the game, it's how they're visual in the game. If all of your characters look the same, it can make it really difficult for players to distinguish the difference between them, and that can lead to incorrect assessment and information. This is very much the case in high-end competitive games, and where a lot of people complain about, let's use League for example, champions that look all the fucking same, like, and have similar skins and similar particles to them, making it quite difficult to distinguish what character is running at me right now. Because there can be a difference between seeing a character running at me that looks like this one or this, and I'm like, okay, I can see this is walking at me. Is this a Lux or is this an Aurelia? Because that very much heavily changes how I play into this, right? That's what's important. And yeah, that's where like competitive integrity arguments come in, whether or not a skin looks exactly the same, whether the skin's particle effects look good, because one of the issues Lux has with her skins a lot of the time is that dependent on how they do the skin, her W could look like her Q. And if her W looks like her Q, you might potentially burn a very important resource based on something that is visually inconsistent between the same character. Just with a different skin. Now, I would accept a argument of like, oh, the animations are very similar naturally, so therefore it's an argument there of like, that's the point. It's, you potentially bait them out with the W effect, which is you throw out a shield, versus you throw out a thing that snares them. But that's not consistent amongst your skins. It's a particle effect issue, it's all sorts. There's one skin I used a couple of times and I felt sick for it, is that I believe her W, her E, and her Q all look really similar when you throw it out. Like, initially. And that's really bad, because all of those have very different counterplay. That's bad. Consistency scares me, yeah. So it's, these sorts of things do impact gameplay a lot, so that's why I'm saying, like, skins are actually going to be one of the hardest things in this game to deal with, because they're going to drastically change the visual of a character, potentially. Which leads to a integrity argument of, I pick up this character, they look very different, and someone plays them like, who the fuck are you playing? I can't actually tell visually who you are playing anymore. So there will need to be a way to inform people what the character actually is, regardless of their visual aspect, in a quite easy and concise way. Because something got pointed out to me the other day. Well, I say pointed out. Thank you, Twitter, for occasionally being useful. Let me go find something I liked recently, because I want to do this as a skin. Here we go. So, Grape is a really awesome artist, by the way. They do a lot of cool stuff for, like, in the Junipers community. Juniper at one point in time did kind of like a mecha design for the, for her character. Very long time ago, as you can see, this was back in 2020. And I'm not gonna lie, I would love to do a mecha Juniper, like, skin. And reminder, Juniper has a difficulty with her skins in this, which is she inherently has multiple skins in her base kit. She has at minimum 5, I think, base she'll have long term, and then she's got her ultimate. If I'm going to do this skin, each of those different versions of Juniper are going to have a mecha-styled version of it, and then her ult's going to have those. That is a lot of art that needs to be done, and that's also not including the fact that I would have to do a splash art for it. Welcome to why I don't like skins in the game, but I know I want to do them, because it's so much more work for me, for some of these characters. Like, inherently, Juniper is a great example of I have to put in a shitload of work inherently with how she is designed, but like, you can't deny to me, you'd fucking love a mecha version of Juniper, right? Like, that just sounds cool as shit. And I'd love that. So yes, 100% I would do this. I would love to do this. If I had the time and energy for it, I would do this. But it is exactly that is the argument, is how much time and energy goes into that. Again, at this point in time, there's only one built skin in the game, and it's still missing its splash art, I believe. Actually, is it still missing its splash art? I feel like I was in the process of doing it, but I might be wrong. Those two words are my biggest nightmare, yep. I got pretty far along with this, fuck me. Okay, I mean, I could probably finish this in a day, realistically. I got a lot further along with that one than I thought. Huh. Because this is what her normal splash is. Because this is, again, I try and use the model that is, I feel like, the most iconic and kind of most basic variant of them, as their, like, as their main version of them. Like, their base one. This is, I feel like, Iron Mouse's most foundational kind of skin I can use for her design. The other one is her Season 3 model, which became really iconic as well, for different reasons. But that's why I say, like, again, this is Juniper's splash, right? No, that's the wrong one to click. That's the small version of that image. We want the big version. What's going on over there? That's weird. And I still technically need to update this again as well, because technically we need to add a 5th one. And I stand by, if Juniper keeps adding fucking skins, I'm not going to be adding more and more to this. But here you go. This is Juniper's splash art. All of the other characters have been a single version of the character. This here is an example of why I fucking love and hate the Juniper design. Is because the Juniper design is, I'm putting all of these skins into fucking one. Save me from myself, please. Because I feel like these are some of her most, like, iconic and long-term designs that she's rotated around and kind of done stuff similar to, somewhat consistently. Right? It's the kind of original sort of style design. There's the specimen style, which I feel is very much an important aspect of it all. Then there's the Fanta one, which I feel like kind of moved her in that militaristic direction, and then there's the priestess-styled one that I fucking loved that, and I think it really said a lot of stuff. You should totally spend your next month on it. Yeah. It's a nightmare, I swear to God. But, like, Doki has, technically Doki, I could probably do her skin pretty easily, in the game, because it's... Yeah, this is the splash art for the skin. Which, if you're wondering, it's literally just her with her pets and the, like, the pets and, mascot. And just her without her jacket on. Like, it's a different pose, it's her with that stuff. I liked this one. I actually think this came out fairly decently, all things considered. I think I technically did this before the base splash as well, which was funny. Because the base splash for her is... this one. There you go. That's her base splash. There is a lot of things that have been cleaned up, if I recall, like some of these shadow issues down by her leg. There. But that's what you'd see normally. The other ones are skin. That's what I say. I think it's literally just her jacket and the pets around her. I really like the pose. I'm pretty happy with how I've been getting with a lot of the poses and stuff. It's one of those things of each splash art I do, I feel like is a lot of the time an improvement on the previous, and it's just this progressive aspect of, like, constantly improving myself, which is why I dislike it as well, because it makes me want to go back to the old ones and redo them up from the ground up to, like, make them feel better, because I've got the higher skill level points to it all. But also, I can't spend forever on them, right? But, like, again, Neuro and Fuamoko are, like, some of the most recent examples of just, this was done... This was the second to last one I did, I believe. The Fuamoko one. And, like, again, I heard some good, valid criticism to this with some of the colors and such. Like, the hair being not the right saturation, and the down in the middle, the shoes and the hair looks a bit blended together, which I think is very valid. That could have been honestly a shadow issue I could have solved. Like, I just add a bit of shadow effect there and it would have been fixed. Where's this fucking loads? But, like, looking at that, that is a massive step up in quality. In a lot of ways. I feel like this was a huge improvement point for me. I look at this and I'm actually, like, just impressed in a lot of ways. Because, like, that actually just looks good in a lot of parts of it. Like, looking at this face area, like, I feel like I kind of nailed a lot of important parts here. There are parts of it that definitely look a bit disgusting. Like, again, don't look too closely here. This is just a mess. But, again, it's one of those details that, like, unless you're directly looking at that, you're not going to really notice it. And then, if we cycle through... I mean, again, this is one that, like, this is a perfect example of that silhouette argument, by the way. If you took this and fully, like, blacked it out to being a silhouette, you'd probably still figure out which character it is. But, like, Mary's a great example if I want to go back and fix that one up. This one I feel like I could do better. But yeah, here we go. Neuro. This was the last splash I did. I think, for, again, a very quick kind of turnover, all things considered, and doing something that I'm not very used to, this came out pretty well, actually. It's a lot more basic than, like, the Fuamoko one, but, like, that's kind of the point. This one, the difference with Fuamoko is that I need to focus on both the characters, and they're very important. The Neuro one, it has to focus on Neuro, has to have some relevancy to the other characters in that sort of scope, with Evil and Vidal, but, like, the main point is Neuro. And in the nicest sense, Neuro's baseline design is very basic, and that makes it a lot easier to do stuff for. But then you get Shy Lily, which, again, while there's a couple of changes, this one, I don't think there's much else I can do with my skill level, other than that. And that is 100% based off one of her, like, concept arts for this model. Like, I used it as a grounding point for the pose, which I tend to do a lot with them, is I try and find their most, like, basic, most iconic version of their thing and go with that. The problem is some people don't really have an iconic pose, kind of like Kason has here. Again, like the Iron Mouse one, this is based off the concept art. Guru, I couldn't find a good one that I was happy with. Same with Doki, really. So I took an action pose. I've talked about the Aura one before, as this was based off of fan art, and then mixing it with Silverwolf's pose from Star Rail. And then if I flick through these, because those are the small arts, I can get to Vox. And that's an example again of like, there wasn't a pose I was happy with Vox, so I found a pose of like just a dude in a suit, and I used that. It was literally a normal human being, and then I just redid all of their outfit to accommodate for the styling and everything that I wanted from this, which I stand by, still led to the really funny thing of if you cover over his face and kind of ignore the like, the cape part that he has, you could actually genuinely think that's Kiryu from the Yakuza franchise. Like, tell me you couldn't see that. It looked worse when I was doing the initial, like, art stuff for it, and the coloring was different. Because the coloring was a lot more, like, pastel-y, and it looked way more the case. He also didn't have the hair at that point, as notably. So yeah, I found that really funny that I accidentally draw Kiryu for a little while. And then I was like, nah, we need to move this more to Vox to just make sure it's actually the character it's supposed to be. Yeah, no, it just leads to, again, the fun parts of, like, in the process of design with this stuff. I mean, fuck, this originally didn't have the coat part split, because I didn't realize there were 4 separate, like, splits of her coat. Which has led to her silhouette being way more distinguishable than I thought it was going to be. Let's see. Do I kind of see the Mume there? Yeah, I kind of see Mume there. Again, colors being wrong and all acceptable, but you know, I think it's getting there. There we go. How come you're going with those colors for now? So, this is a trick that I do with my art that is why, like, I don't know if this is good or not, but I like to do pasteled colors initially to get shape language done, right? So what you're kind of seeing me do a little bit here and there is shave off at certain parts and add to certain parts, and just like playing around with the shape of what's going on. I can come through and recolor it very easily, right? Like I could just go, gee, oh, we need a bit more of this color done. Cool, right? And then do the shading and everything relevant. But what I can't do is that when the shape's wrong. So I can get a better idea of what the shape is supposed to be of each thing when it's wrong in really distinctly different colors. So I use very pastel-y colors this early on. That's why the belt is yellow and then the accents to it are green. You can kind of see where the differences are on the belt, even if I guess you might be colorblind to that. So it's just a technique for kind of getting the shape of the image right for me first, and then moving on from there to how to like add the further stuff to it. Makes sense. I also do that another thing, much less since I can't I can use layers, but I think that's not the case here. I kinda use layers, I kinda don't. So again, like if I remove this, that's what you actually have as the foundational framework, which is, again, from here you can see where like the actual body is, all of that imagery, and this is just the coloring over the top to like get a better idea, and then I will potentially either recolor as I go or add another layer on top to add better detailing. It kind of is dependent on the image and kind of dependent on what I'm feeling with it. Admittedly, that's, I know, a bit of a cop-out answer, but you know what the thing with artists is they all have cop-out answers. Because it's hard to kind of express how your brain works sometimes, and the creative side of it. But yeah, like sometimes I'll separate all of these elements out into layers and then balance it all out better so I can like layer them correctly. So like this coat, for example, part of this would probably be on a higher layer normally. The belt would normally be on a separate layer, stuff like that. But like if I'm just going for shape language, I can do this though. It is better to do multiple layers though, 100%. I should be making a better effort to do multiple layers. That would be the correct thing to do. And you can see I continue to not do that because, again, it's just like, well, I mean, with this one, I've not done it. Sort of thing. I think your approach fits pixel art, though. Oh, yeah, no, if we're talking about, like, different art, no, that's not it. Can I... How hard would this be to pull up? Having too many layers is also a problem? Correct. There is a point in time where too many layers becomes a problem, because now you've got just too much, like, shit going on. I shouldn't have anything turn up this way that I'm not happy about. So this was something I did a while ago now, actually, that I think on it. Does it have an thing on last time I opened this? January this year. And I don't think that was when I last worked on it. I think that was when I last showed it. This is when I actually sit down and do real art, and I really should do this more often, by the way. Like 100%, this is one of those things where, like, this is something I should do to improve my own skill, but I do not have the time to do that when I'm working on all the other project stuff. Also, funnily enough, part of this is a mistake as well, and I just left it, and that's where I've left this image at. You know when you use the fill tool and it accidentally hits something? There you go. This was me drawing Iron Mouse. And you can kind of see there is multiple layers, but like that was me using an accidental fill tool in a spot, and I was like, I like that. But yeah, here we go. Here's the sketch work that I did for it. And you can see here, like, I've got multiple, like, layers of different things done in different colors as well to distinguish separation. But yeah, that's when, like, again, you can see here, this was a full fill tool, and I used it, and it accidentally hit the rest of it, and I was like, you know what? That actually looks cool. I'm gonna leave that. That's where I left that art off. But yeah, this is what I drew. That's why, like, if you look closely, especially, like, down over here, if you can see, kind of by chat, these are lines that are just left from, like, circle points being erased poorly. There's another one over here on her, like, near her shoulder. And you can also see, like, if we zoom in a fair bit, you can see how scuffed a lot of this is, because this was erasing and removing and redrawing of lines and shit. There you go. Like, as a mild reminder that I'm not, like, the worst person ever when it comes to art stuff. Also, a soft reminder that this was the request of people back when we were doing the Pokemon one. I don't know if I ever actually... I didn't finish this, sadly. I wish I had, but, like, we did get quite far with this concept of this. That scuff adds to the charm. Oh yeah, no, like, again, it's one of those pieces where I'm like, I'm happy with how this came out, and I'm not gonna be doing more to it, probably. But again, this is why I say, like, I wish I did more of this stuff, because I think if I kept at it, or I keep at it, I will produce much better quality content long term. But I just don't keep with it, and that's my mistake. That's something I really should work on. But yeah, so this was a request from back when we were doing the Pokemon stuff. it came out fairly well for what it was. It was, again, a little bit that I did, like, here and there. The Pokemon run, yeah. Again, there's a reason why, like, this is really funny. Again, anyone that knows the Pokemon run realizes there is a very dark aspect to this this little bit of fan art that I did of it. Still kind of wish I committed and finished it. Oh yeah, this little fella. I wish I could have done this more. I feel like I do mascot art not too bad. Like non-human art. This was like a while ago I did this. Look at the little guy. There's a lot of parts of it that I can see that are very still bad sketch and shit, but you know. Like, I can still see a lot of terrible line work and shit, but that's always how it's gonna be, right? Because that was based around this design. And I was thinking of doing this as the VTuber. I went through a lot of VTuber ideas. But there was the Fox Barman, is what this was. The ears are so off, it's so frustrating. But yeah, the mascot was literally just it, but as a, like, the fox form. The cute little fox form. Alright, let's close that. I like the name of that folder. Oh, wasn't it getting back into it or something, I think, right? Getting back to it, yeah. It's just like, it was me going, I am trying to get back into art. I'm gonna make an effort to, like, tell myself that, and that's as far as it goes. One of these days I'll get back into doing art. I swear. Again, it's so difficult when, like, I used to love it so much, and now I absolutely hate doing it. That's why I've said, like, very avidly, if I was to, like, long-term do projects, outside of this one, obviously, I'm gonna hire artists. Like, again, that card game is probably the best example of I will do a bunch of concept art for it, like, a bunch of dev-based concept art, so it's low-as-fuck quality. And then we will, like, my hope is I could go to something like Kickstarter, kickstart the project, and then, like, the vast majority of those funds are spent getting artists and just going from there. Like, getting artists and feeding, in a basic sense, giving a little bit of money to those that have developed on it so far. Right? I've already done, like, a lot of rough math for that. So I do know how much I would probably need from a Kickstarter to justify getting it far enough to a release point. Which, you don't want to know the real number that it should be if I was to feed myself correctly. Motivation, inspiration is a hell of a problem for this sort of project. Oh, yeah. No, 100%. Again, when you're your own boss, and again, this is the case very much with indie projects, but when you're your own boss and you're the only one that's, like, there to tell you to do something, it's really hard because you don't have someone else to tell you go do it, and use that as an argument of, well, I guess I've been told to go do it. It's, no, you need to find a way for you to do it. You need to find a way to self-motivate, and it's really fucking hard. And it will never be truly easy, which is why, like, I've just forced myself to have that mentality I've talked about before of just get it done. Just, you know it needs to be done, go do it. Don't faff about, don't make excuses. Anything you say more than what needs to be said is indicating you're trying to make an excuse to not do it. Don't. Just do it. Just do it. Don't let your memes be dreams. Wait. The point is that art quality is also influenced by motivation. Yep. I mean, if I was less motivated, I would definitely produce a much lower quality. Admittedly, there's a whole argument there of I don't really produce anywhere near the quality I feel like I should be. And I accept that criticism from myself pretty heavily. Now, there's a bunch of stuff to do over here that I think I'm gonna have to leave that to doing, like, on a much more intense layer point. But yeah, like, I definitely produce lower quality when I'm low motivation, which is why, like, art doesn't get done often, because, like, if I don't have enough motivation to kind of justify the work on it, I don't want to do it, because I'm gonna produce lower quality, and that's gonna hurt my motivation for the whole project. Which, that's, again, the whole balance point, right? Is, like, if my motivation for this project ever dips below a specific point, that's a red flag, something's going wrong, and I need to fix that, otherwise the project dies. And I don't want this project to disappear. I want to see this through. I badly want to see this project through. Okay, there we go. So now this is probably better to do on another layer here. So now we're gonna do the knife. Let's do this really cool. So the knife is gonna be kinda like here, right? Then, it's kind of... like that. It's got a lot of weird detailing to it. Let's see what's called. It's not nearby. That one. There's that. Then there's the help being this color. And then there's kind of the red, dark red for this. And a brown, and it's not that one. Which is like here. Can change this over to kind of a blue. kind of works. And then she has a lantern on the other side that's attached to the belt. Let's do this in orange. There we go. Here, because then we can attach that like that. There we go. Oh, I hate details sometimes. By the way, there is one core detail that I've been missing for a very long time, and it's probably just best to do on another layer, so I might as well do it right now. What do we think? Looking very much like Mume now? Looking a lot more like Mume, I guess. Oh, her boots are really complex, actually. It'll be annoying. There we go. I thought it was the hair part with a different color. Wait, what? I mean, the hair's got a whole nightmare going on with it, but the boots are like I was just saying, the boots are surprisingly complex because of what's going on with them, because there's technically, like, a bunch of frill details. The hair's a nightmare as well. I do need to come back to that nightmare at some point. Okay, and then there's like a slight thing like this, and then a thing here. What do we think? Looks kind of close. There we go. Obviously, it's going to require recoloring and shading and shite, but like, I think that's kind of close. All things considered. This one's gonna be more of a nightmare though, because I'm not sure if I got the shape right. There we go. We'll come back to those, because again, the gold is a lot more saturated out, so it's a lot less noticeable. Oh, God. Oh, stretch. Alright. To be fair, looking a lot better than it was before we started. Big stretch, yeah, big stretch. Yeah, I should probably start really working on this here so it actually starts getting done. Okay, so let's get the rest of the shaping language done for the hair. That's the basic baseline here. There. Right. So there's a bunch of stuff that's going on with the here. Let's use this for a bit to get some of this further along. So it's totally not pickles coming out of her head, I swear. Pickle mermaid, let's go. Pickle mermaid. What is wrong with me? I hate that whenever it's like anything thinking about a pickle, it's just fucking Rick and Morty come to mind. It's Pickle Rick! That shit permeated the internet a little too hard, I feel. It's looking a little bit better. Now we just need this off reach part. Like that. And then we do it up here. I know her hair's a little bit probably more wild than it should be. But, like, again, when you're kind of dealing with this sheer size of hair, it makes a bit more sense that it's a bit more, like, blow over the place, right? Makes sense why this shouldn't be this way. It should be. Because your hair consistently rotates together. So it makes sense if we treat it like that when it's in a flow state as well. There we go. It also, okay. I like doing it this way because this now matches the coat more. And again, I know it's supposed to be two distinct ponytails, and I know that that's counterintuitive to her silhouetting, but like, I don't know, I really like this kind of, again, grand, it feels very sorceress enchantress, right? Like that kind of energy where it's them standing up and about to cast some fucking bullshit spell from above. Which, again, keeping in mind that the most of the time you're going to see this splash art is when you're ulting, it makes sense that it's some bullshit. What was Mumei's ult again, actually? Isn't it like... Oh, fuck, what was it again? I'm curious. I think the twin towers make sense. It's a dynamic pose. Yeah. Like, I feel like I've done a good job trying to stick to the concept that it is, still, twin tails. And you can kind of still see the distinct twin tails. It's just the rest of the hair's flying along with it. Ultimate, gain experience equal to 100% of your current level requirement. That's right. Is it emotional damage? No. I feel like her ult could be changed. I'll be honest. I could tweak that ult to being a lot more. It is, again, reminder, may not seem it, that is obscenely powerful, but it is super situational. Because that is gain 100% of your current level requirement. If you're at 99%, that means you get 99% of your current level as additional experience towards your next level. Which is really good when you think about that. Like, that's the levels, while they're going to escalate in cost constantly, that is a lot of experience to have cover over. Like, that's more often than not, that's guaranteeing you like an additional level. So that's why I'm like, I feel like I changed that because that's really potent, but not obviously so. No, it was the idea to represent the progression of civilization. Yes, it is literally her ultimate is called Guardian of Civilization. Her kit is Anonymous Feathers, which fires out a cone of feathers. Like, it fires out feathers from you, and those can be picked up to then, reduce the cooldown of the ability. But also, at higher levels, they'll automatically come back to you. Now, keep in mind, there's another part of her passive that's going to matter for that. But yeah, we've got Item, which is Forgotten Poem. Gives you increased experience gain and increased pickup range. I'll go skip her passive for a moment. Ability, Journey of Growth. Gain 1.52% damage for each level, and then every 5 levels, you'd gain 1.5 to 2.5% cooldown thing. On level up, you also increase your pickup range by 200% for 5 seconds. So it basically means when you would level up, you get a massive boost of pickup range, which picks up more stuff. You can start seeing she is very much about leveling up and pickups. Now, her passive is why she's even more caring about specifically pickups. Bloodlust. Pickups deal damage while in flight to you. This includes your feathers. When you pick up, this is a number that's definitely up in the air. When you pick up 300 items, or like 300 things, you gain a massive boost of cooldown reduction of movements and a small boost to movement speed for 8 seconds. If you're wondering, the full intention of how Mume is supposed to work is if you played Swarm game mode, which again, welcome to what informed her kit, hugely. Okay, this is where I will openly admit, Mume was originally designed very similar to Roboco in holocure. That got changed to being a little bit more attuned to what Xayah was in Swarm, League of Legends Swarm, which was pickups become weapons. How is that not cool as shit? Pickup range now becomes a combat stat. Instead of it being a utility stat, this becomes a combat stat. That becomes really, really interesting. I love how the skins are lore, bloodlust lore. It really is, though. It's not even a joke. Again, welcome to how I do the characters is like, it's a mix of backstory and then a mix of their character, like who they actually are like. I originally had more stuff attuned to that bloodlust style, but I felt like it was an important part of her, but the beauty of it was that it turned up infrequently, right? Otherwise, she was a fairly calm and, like, nice, relaxing individual. Which meant that, like, it fit with the rest of her, like, character lore. But there was that point in time where you're like, oh no, she is screeching like a banshee. And she is about to bloody murder someone. I love as well some of the girls picking on her from time to time with, like, I think my favorite one was with Ina. I don't know if people remember I think it was Ina, right? Is like her talking about like why she likes collabs is it means that she doesn't feel like she has to fill in all of the dead air and there's another person there to bounce off of. But it like, if the person's not talking, she feels like she has to keep talking and it stresses her out. And then she stops talking for a moment and Ina says absolutely nothing on purpose. And you can just see there's a thing after a couple of seconds that flips with mirrors. Like, alright, you know what? Fuck you. Kind of energy back. I loved that so much. It's like, okay, I confided in you as a friend, and you did that shit to me. Fuck you, you're an asshole. I love that. But yeah, so in her kit-wise, it's Anonymous Feather, Forgotten Poem, Bloodlust, Journey of Growth, Guardian of Civilization, and then her assist is also New Civilization. Which her assist is honestly, I will say this openly, quite bad. Well, no, okay, it depends on its cooldown, admittedly. New Civilization is heal 100% of your missing health and then gain 20% damage for 15 seconds. So it's like full heal and gain damage. I'm gonna be honest, I stand by. You're not picking Mume as your assist because you want her assist, you want her ability. A reminder, her ability, which is how this all works, is when you select a character as your, like, assist character, you get their assist as your the assist you can activate, and you also get their ability. Her ability is the Journey of Growth, which is you gain damage for your levels, you get every 5 levels you get cooldown rate, and then when you level up, you get a massive amount of pickup range. Which, the idea with this mechanic, and like the way she plays, is you are constantly leveling up. In the late stages of the game, I would not be surprised if you were permanently affected by Bloodlust, and you're constantly leveling up until everyone's maxed out. Like, that is 100% the design of how Mume is supposed to work. But keep in mind, she's also designed as a carry character. And she is a carry that's unique in the sense that she could probably, like, again, this is where I'm fascinated with what might happen with the game, where, like, metas will start to form. Mume is a character that is either going to be the main carry, the off carry, or she'll never be played. She might be a utility pick, just because, again, she gives you XP reduction, or experience gain increase, I should say, which is pretty notable, and she constantly is picking up experience, so that can be quite valuable. But I feel like when you play her, you play her as an off carry. Or a carry. And if you play her as a carry, what you're going to do is less people are going to, like, everyone's going to try and actively not pick up experience and focus on Mume picking it up. If she's the off carry, you're a lot less worried about that. However, these are assumptions I'm making based on my experience with these sorts of games in the past. I cannot guarantee, in any sense of the form, that, like, this is why I'm hesitant to make support characters. Because if I make a dedicated support character and they're just not feeling great, no one will play them. And that will feel shit to me. Because if I make a character that people don't want to play, if you're a VTuber and I've put you in the game, you should be able to play that character solo and feel happy about it. Now, it might not be your playstyle, and that's fine. I get that. It's not something I can possibly do with every character, is make them attuned to the playstyle of the individual. However, my goal, long-term with that, is to make it so the characters are playable. Both solo and in a team. Some characters will do better in a team, and some characters will do better solo. Mume is one that might theoretically do better solo. Doki will definitely be one that's incredibly good in a team because of her item. The Kuroki Eye, was it? No, passive, sorry, passive. Passive is can't keep a Dragoon down. Her passive is insane, by the way. So her passive is weapons can crit the area modifiers, increasing the area by a percentage of the crit damage, and then also all players get 20% of Doki's crit damage. That includes Doki, so she'll get, on top of her normal crit damage, she'll get an additional 20% of it total, and then that same amount of 20% is given to all other players. That is potentially obscene amounts of crit damage, because you could just focus on crit damage on Doki, and that's giving... Again, this is where the beauty of playing Doki means you could play her as a carry, you could play her as an off carry, you could play her as a support. She's got a lot going on with her. She's got so many options and utility with her, I love it. And especially, so her item accentuates this, where it gives you crit chance, and then crit damage is increased based on your crit chance. Then her ability is you gain movement speed and health regen for a short period of time when you crit. Yes, by the way, 100% Doki's kit is all about critting, as you could fucking tell. Which I thought was probably one of the more accurate ways I could do her character. And like, this is where I say, like, each of the characters have been tried, like, again, I try to make a distinct way of doing them with what we said earlier, which is a mix of who the individual is and the lore of the character. I definitely lean to one more than the other based on the individual, because like with Mume, because she is a little bit more of that quiet individual most of the time, I definitely leant more into her lore than I did her personality, because that said a lot more aggressively. Did you make any characters so they would intentionally work good together? Yes, I have. There is a couple of characters that synergize in ways really well, especially if we're talking about assists, right? One of my the ones that I actively ensured that never would not be a bad option is Booby being good for Iron Mouse as an assist. Now, other characters work in tandem with each other perfectly well, both as characters side by side, but also as assist. But like, yeah, no, one of Iron Mouse's best assist targets will probably be Booby, and vice versa. Because I thought that was amazing. I also made it so Kason benefits a lot from Iron Mouse's ability, because they're in VShoujo, so it made sense that they have some synergy there. I'm also trying to keep it so VShoujo somewhat can synergize with each other in terms of the character stuff. Things like that are things I'm definitely taking into consideration. I don't know if I've made characters too strictly with the full intention of not assist per se, but being played alongside as much as I've made assists more synergistic. Right? I'm trying to think of any characters that I'm like, oh yeah, no, you would play this with that character. But like, at this stage in time, I'll openly admit to this, most of the characters are kind of carry-esque. Like I said, I'm very hesitant to play very support-orientated characters, and that's where that would shine. If someone's got a great example of a character that would be perfect for doing supports, I would love that, right? Like, a character that feels exactly how it's, like, by personality-wise and by everything, would be incredibly good to do as a support character, or at least part of their kit is. Again, Doki's a good example, as Doki's an awesome person that reaches out to a lot of people and does a lot of cool things. Not saying that the others don't, but you have to understand, again, limitations of how many characters and, like, how integral it is to their person, right? Like, I could make an argument for a lot of people that they do a lot of really awesome things for each other. But yeah, it is definitely like the weakness of trying to keep a character feeling powerful and interesting on their own while being more synergistic with others and not hard breaking like their own thing. it becomes very, very difficult. Like, I'd love to make a dedicated, like, healer support. I mean, Fauna kind of is. Fauna was, like, one of the closest ones I got to that stuff, I believe, in terms of kit. Where is her kit again? I think it's in my notebook. It's not in here. That's in Treya. Fauna! Drop a zone that heals allies and damages enemies. Passive when... Passive, when an enemy dies, has a chance to drop a sapling, and after collecting enough, plant a tree that would deal damage in an area and slows enemies or heals allies. Stuff like that. Again, Fauna was very designed with support mentality in mind, but, like, not in a way that would make her only viable in support. She'd probably be a juggernaut of a character because you'd just make her super tanky and just sit on enemies. Item, when you take damage, heal over time equal to a percentage of the damage taken, up to 100%, potentially. Ability, when you would heal closest ally and yourself. That's an example there of synergistic systems where it's like, if you're not in a team, you just get additional healing. Like, you get a second, you get echoed healing. If you're in a team, you echo the healing and onto another person, so it makes her more powerful by being in a team, but not like they need another team member for that power to still be there. Or at least relevant to the individual. I could make it so it heals, like, the lowest member of your team, which means that it would heal yourself if you're the only team member, and that's fine, I could see that. Make it a gunblade effect from TFT. That would probably not go amiss. But yeah. Oh, shit. It's difficult with certain kits, admittedly, because certain kits can't... Okay. The beauty of certain individuals is that while they theoretically, in terms of like collabs and stuff like that, should be forced to synergize with a character, sometimes their individual personalities and all that stuff don't allow for a good, reasonable way to do that in their kit. And it's like, it's kind of, again, that design fight of where do I, like, what part of the kit do I stand my ground and, like, put my foot down and go, no, we've got to do it this way. Because that's, again, there's no right answer. I will make these characters, and I mean, I stand by one of the things I fully expect to the end of days is, oh my god, you copied Holocure, except your version of this of X character is worse. Right? Right? Like, I wholeheartedly expect that comment one day. Which is why I make so much effort with each of the characters that are Holo characters to not do a kit that's in Holocure with them. Which is really painful for design-wise sometimes. Because sometimes I kind of wanna. Like, and that's regardless of if I liked the version of it in Holocure. It's like, no, this just fits the character's design. Like, Marnie's one of the ones where I had the hardest time with that. Because, like, in the nicest sense, Marnie is pretty consistent with what you'd expect of her. So now it's the fight of, like, how do you do that while not, like, just doing the same thing again? Haters will probably say that regardless. Oh, no, 100%. Again, regardless of what I do, there will be people that dislike this game just because there is the fact that it's VTubers in a Vampire Survivors-like game, and I will openly admit the character sprites do have a lot of similarity with them because I use it as a foundation tool for like how I designed them. Because I think it was a great visual point, and it meant that I could expedite the process really, really quickly once I got my own style of it going. Again, if you put my Gura right next to their Gura, you see a big difference. Admittedly, it's partly because their quality's way better, and it will always be better, is because they've got really great and talented people working on that project. And I've just got me. But the point stands. Yeah. My honest opinion, holocure is so good it only makes sense to reference it. Yeah, that's fair. No, like, genuinely, that's 100% a really valid way of looking at it as well. Like, it was an amazingly competent design. I give Kay a lot of credit. He really did nail a lot of that stuff. Very, very talented, very, very amazing. And is, again, part of the inspiration of why I want to do this project. Which is why I hope that, like, long-term, if there was ever a complication, we would be able to talk it out so we don't have any issues. Because I don't want to sit there and, like, if Kate messaged me going, hey, your project's a little too similar, can you change it? I will do my damnedest to make up for that. Because I respect the individual too much. Since it's still about the same community, yeah. Kay is a pro when it comes to that stuff. Kay is awesome. I think Kay's an amazing person, and every time I listen to their, like, discussion, or I say listen, anytime I read their discussions, like, over on Twitter, because, like, recently, the conversation got brought up again about monetizing holocure, and I love their perspective on it, because it's so, like, I agree, right? Which is, like, you can't monetize it at this point in good conscience. If you to monetize it now, that spits in the face of all the people that worked on that project prior, because now it's like, do you pay them? Like, of course. But, like, how easy is that to track down? Also, some of these people did it fully without the expectation of money getting involved. Like, it's a really interesting moral good faith argument, and I think he made a very valid point with it all. I mean, I don't want to put monetization on this because irregardless, I'm in a hell of a legal complication if I did. Because there is pretty much no way in hell I would ever get a sign-off on all of the, like, relative companies going, yeah, you can use our characters, and we will let you use that money to pay for it and all that. No, I have to get so many market competitors to agree that I can do that with not only their stuff, but their competitors' stuff. Because they're all gonna want money off it if they did agree. Like, that's straight up how it would go. They would expect a snippet. There is no way in hell I do all of that and get money at the end of the day for myself to justify that process. Especially on, I don't expect this to be of a quality that's worth paying for. I don't think it's fair to assume that I will. And I think it's like, just bad taste to do that to, like, given that I don't have that guarantee. So yeah, no, I would never even think further on monetizing this, even if it was like an option. And this community has free games like Holocure, I have to agree, but in a certain sense you might get some good visibility out of it. Admittedly, and this is where I will openly accept criticism, there is that part of it that I openly, like, if I did this and people really liked it, then there is a higher chance, and again, you can call me out on this, there's a higher chance people want to come see me developing on the game, and then come see other stuff. If I'm interesting enough to retain them at that point, then they'll stick around, and then they might go like, cool, I've got new viewers, I've got, like, all that, and theoretically I make, not money off the game, but, like, I gain traction off the game in such an angle that means that it's not a legal problem. Like, that's how I see that. And I accept that, like, again, the criticism of, like, isn't that really, like, scummy, in a sense, to go, oh, you're banking off the success of this game to be more successful for your real life. I'm like, okay, sure, but also, that's not the intention of doing the game. The intention of doing the game is so I can make the game, and I think it's awesome. And I'm happy with it. And I'm releasing it to people so they can also enjoy the game. That's the actual goal. People who think that would be scammy, living in a dream world, it's totally fair. Again, I stand by the impression of where I'm like, look, it's not the reason I'm doing it. It is a benefit I potentially get from it. And I can't deny it's a benefit I would gain, and I can't be unhappy with a benefit I would gain from it. But, nah, again, I'm making this project out of the full good faith of I want to make a game that celebrates the amazingness that I've enjoyed with the VTube community. Because there has been so many parts of my general life now that if it weren't for VTubers, I wouldn't be the person I am today. And I'm pretty happy with who I am today. I'm not as happy, but same. There are some bad apples, of course, but I really like this community. Yes. And I think the fact that you can sit there and accept there are bad apples, but that doesn't spoil the community is awesome. Because that's one of the issues that will always circulate. Oh, I'm not really part of this community. I've seen some of the bad actors in it. I don't want to involve myself at all with that community. I've done that. I have personally done that myself. I still do that. And that's the problem. It sucks because some of these communities do not deserve such, things. Right? They are not the sum of their worst values. But It's really hard to tell what the good values are when you see so much of the bad values. Also, yes, I'm starting to add a little bit of shading and such in some spots to see how it kind of looks. But you know, at the end of the day, like, I care about this community a lot. I'm not gonna say I was so much changed that, like, no one else can compare, but, like, again, I personally know I've changed a lot because of VTubing, and I like who I am. For the most part, anyway. If you can look back and believe a community had a positive influence on yourself, then I see no real big problems. Look, I like myself just as well as anybody likes themselves, right? Which is, that's that whole argument right there. Alright, what do we think? Is there any notable details I'm missing at this point that feel like if I do not finish them correctly? I guess the gloves still technically have a little bit more detailing to them that I should probably do. Same situation, I have the tendency to overwork and only focus on what I have to do. This community has been my primary hobby these last few years. And that's good, yeah. No, again, like, it's been a nice, I don't like the word escape from reality, but it isn't an inaccurate one. Shading is making a huge effect. Oh yeah, no, again, shading is one of those things that you'll never actually, like, you can never value enough. It's not, if not escapism has been a good distraction at the very least. Yeah, I think distraction's a better wording, that I like. It's a distraction from some things I would, like, look, I've said before, one of the things I like to try and do is process things and, like, go through things. But sometimes you're really not capable of doing it. And you know what helps you not think about the bad things sometimes? Watching some random cute anime fucking person screaming their bloody head off because they fell off a cliff. By the way, if you haven't seen that clip, my god, please, I wish to enlighten, because I want to now look at it, because it's so fucking funny. This is potentially one of the funniest, like, chibi-doki things I have ever seen. I'm gonna show it. Oh, I think this is the version that shows the full thing? No, that's the bridge. I don't want the bridge one. Is that the one? I'm trying to Is this it? I've seen it, but please continue. I think it's this one.
Nags, you want to have a battle on the bridge?
Wherever that bridge
no,
broke,
this
I
isn't it.
fell
This
into
one's
the
also
section.
Dude, maybe for the thumbnail, one of us should be dead.
Please let it be one of those two. I know I died, but... Yeah, there you go.
Nags, you want to have a battle on the bridge?
Okay, that one's just great. I think it might be that one then. I'm not a fan, but sometimes she really cracks me up. She is someone I enjoy from time to time, where she just highlights it.
We have to get food. Alright, help me up, since you have unlimited.
I'm sleepy, I'm sleepy. Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you...
Okay, that was also really funny, but that's, again, not the one I'm looking for. How often should she fall off?
I might have...
Where's the one with Ray that fucking broke me?
I'm okay. I'm okay. Are you good? Are you good? Are you good?
That one's also pretty good. This one, the real screams. This one, from Ray's perspective, actually just broke me something fierce. If this is the one I'm thinking it is. There's a very funny one from Doki, I think.
Hi.
Oh, this is it here. No, this is the Ray's perspective one. I need the Ray's perspective one because it's actually just too fucking good. This one's just too damn funny.
Hi.
Does anybody need food? Thank you.
Were you not holding right click?
That was such a real fucking scream.
That was traumatic. I had her and then it let go.
That is so good. Just the visceral fucking scream as she slides down. Her screams are so good. They really are. Like, they actually feel so real, and it makes it so. Like, I remember the first time I watched that, mouth was agape, and I'm like, oh my god. It just adds so fucking much to it. Oh my god, it breaks me every time. It's so good. And I'm gonna say this now, by the way, Peak, by the way, the effort they put into the audio design is incredible. Have you actually heard, like, what it sounds like when you're at distance? It's so good! And it adds so much to screams like that. Like, I genuinely, if you like, that's a game, if you played it in VR or full immerse yourself in it, my god, it must be a hell of a great experience. But I think I know the Doki one you're talking about. I think I saw it as well. Never played it. Neither. I have been asked if I wanted to play it like a couple of times now by a few different people. If it's one of those times where, like, if I wasn't so economically struggling, I would have probably done it. It looks like a really fun game to play with a group of people. I really love the look of it, and I think if you have the right kind of people, it's really fun. Again, I would not want to stream it myself. I would love to be part of a collab for it, but when I got asked to be in a collab for it, it was a little too short a notice, sadly, and I didn't have the money. Oh yeah, yeah. The silhouette's just still there. Gotta love the design discussions and then just me leaving shit open. It's the best way. You can probably trick Yawa into it. Yawa was the one that asked me. She actually did ask me if I wanted to play it or not. Again, if I had the money, I would have. Dude, I need to find out when we're doing another collab, because that'll be fun. Yeah, like, that's the main reason why I haven't been, like, asking about collabs or anything with, Yawa. To be fair, also, Yawa's tends to be the one that initiates the collab stuff, because I feel uncomfortable being the person to reach out, especially knowing that, like, it's collab on her stuff, not on my channel, so it makes it, like, oh yeah, no, by the way, can I go, like, be on your channel? It's a bit overreaching, I feel. Regardless of if it is or isn't. Welcome to my personality. I got yelled at yesterday, by the way, about that. Last week I did something really stupid for my health, and I got a good yelling from Noxie yesterday about how if something like that happens again, that I should call her so she can leave work and come help me. The problem is, I said to her very plainly, much like all the other times you've said that to me, I'm probably not going to, because that's how I'm wired. I don't like asking people to go out of their way for me. Even if they want to. I don't like to. And it's really fucking annoying. Be careful, if it's about your health, you have a responsibility of doing so. Yeah, I do. Again, I'm absolutely horrendously bad for that stuff, because I have... We talked about this before, like, I have a thing that just means that I don't like sharing or seeing people seeing when I'm weak, though. Talking like this, but I would be exactly this. Yeah, like that's the other thing as well. Is like so many people I know are also like this, and it leads to like everyone going like, "Look, you shouldn't be doing that because you actually have like really bad health things." But also, we see where you're coming from. And I'm not gonna say, like, people don't have a right to tell me that I should be better with my health. Like, again, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that that is the only reason I'm probably gonna make it to the next year, sort of thing. Like, that's how that works, sadly. I need constant reminders that I need to take care of myself, and that's not a good thing. And then something goes wrong, and then I'm just like, cool, that's great. I'm so glad about that. I'm just loving that. It's so good. Can I go lie down and not get back up? I don't want to do this. Fuck that shit. To be fair, who in the modern day actually, like, reaches alpha? That's such a fucked up way of saying that, but like, you know what I mean, right? Like, who goes, oh yeah, I'm not doing well, can someone give me a hand? It's not good that that's how my brain's like, yeah, people just don't do that. When they really should. Can't really blame you, but take care. Yeah, and I think that's fucking fair to say. I say that to most people as well. Surprisingly enough, us really sick, like chronically sick people, tend to like gravitate towards each other. Best friend does it, don't know how he does it. It's so weird, and I'm not like, again, not being mean to the people that do it, but like, how do you do it? How do you go like, hey, I'm not doing well, can I get a hand? Like, I'll do that with work, won't do that with my own, well-being. There we go. Alright. I don't know, man. I really can't ask for help, but one thing I can say is that it's a good skill to have. Yes. Like, when it comes to work, I can do that. Because, like, I don't know. It's a part of me that I wired really hard into when I was in the working world, is, like, acknowledging when you're like, when something is beyond your means, get someone to help you with it. Because it needs to be done. I need to just somehow figure out how to, like, take that from track A and put that on track B. They're the exact same track, it's just track B happens to have different signs saying your own well-being instead of the workplace. So what am I looking for kind of the color of this? It's... use this as a foundation point. It's a little bit more pale than this. Is that the colors we want for here? Kinda. that color doesn't look quite right. It's one of those times where I might just go yoink the reference coloring. Yeah, there we go. It's looking a little bit better. Yeah. Oh, my hand is starting to fucking hurt something fierce. I've not been positioning my hand correctly with drawing. I'm very naughty how I do it. It's very bad on my wrist. I draw more... Okay, here's a little tidbit, by the way. If you're doing drawing, try and draw from your arm, not from your wrist. I know it's a really weird concept to think on, but genuinely helps out a lot more than people think. If you draw it from your wrist, you are going to inherently have wrist-related pain. That's just how they go. Really? Yeah. Best case scenario is that you're drawing... let's get the camera for a bit, because this actually might help. Okay. So how I'm drawing is... let's move the camera off to the side slightly. So you can kind of see while we're doing the art. So how I'm doing it is like this. Right? Which, again, is kind of the limitation of how big my drawing tablet is versus my hand. Apparently, you should probably try and get a bigger tablet if you can. But do you see, like, the subtleness of the movement that I'm doing and how it's, like, it's mostly in the wrist? Like, if I do grander movements, you can see here, right? Best case scenario, and admittedly, you kind of have to have it at an angle for this, is if I was doing more... Oh, this is really hard for me to do on the fly. You kind of see that there, the difference? Let's find a different spot, because I do need to finish other parts of this. Like, you need to try and have your elbow up a little bit. Like this here, what you're seeing, this is a little bit more what I'm talking about. Like doing it like that. It's one of the most important skills I could recommend to people if you're trying to practice art-related stuff is to open up a document, a random document, and just start drawing lines without touching the tablet, for example, or touching the paper. And just kind of draw lines like this for a while. Try and get them nice and straight, while also trying to curve them nicely. One of the other tricks is to do curves like this. Because fun fact, one of the tricks you can do is if you learn how to, while doing this, do this, and then turn this into a ribbon. Oh, this is so hard to do, again, on the fly. You see how, like, that's a weird ribbon-y sort of thing? Do you know why you want to practice ribbons like this? And why they're essential for doing long-term art? It's actually really easy to point at it. What looks quite ribbonish on the drawing right now? Almost like we're working on it, right? So, there's a thing I used to do for exercises. One of them is to try and draw a circle, again, with the style of not touching the tablet. And, like, draw a perfect circle. Draw it as nicely as you can. Then, I'm gonna speed hand this because I'm gonna do it terribly. Once you've done a bunch of circles and, like, varying sizes, try and not have this looping part here. One of the techniques you can also try and do is, and do this with squares as well, is try and find and make it sphere-like. Why is this important? Well, it's hard to show it now, but welcome to how a head is drawn. All of these techniques, if you break them down to their finer thing, is learn how to draw a line, learn how to draw a curved line, learn how to draw a circle. If you can draw all of those really nicely, you have all of the foundation skills for doing art at really high levels. If you can't do them, they're really easy to practice when you think about it, right? Drawing a circle? Oh, that's not a hard task to do. I can do that in 5 minutes and do a whole page of them. Great! Awesome, do that. I'm just very old-fashioned and very hard to convince to stop doing doing things a specific way after a point. Because it's been too long. That's why I say, like, the wrist thing is a really bad habit that if I was more dedicated, I would be forcing myself to break. Because it is long-term part of the thing that slows me down the most when it comes to art outside of motivation. But yes, welcome to Old Man Wisdom section yet again. Now this part here is that. So we need to do that up like that. Okay, so what we're gonna need next is the shaded down version of this. Basically the dark version. No, I don't like that. What you do when you need to accentuate against. There we go. Also, yeah, if you're wondering, I use the mouse for moving around, and I use the, I use a lot of hotkeys and stuff like that. Even though technically this tablet has a bunch of hotkeys built into it, as well as the pen does. Most of those are set up for a different program as part of the issue. I'll also say this, because I've had to say this before, and I'll always say this. When it comes to art stuff, don't take everything I say too heavily, because again, I'm not a professional artist. I am an ex-decent artist, now with so much, like, random shit under my belt and all that, that makes it, like, I know a little bit of what I'm talking about. But I'm also not very good, I would consider, personally. But I could also be wrong in that sentiment, very avidly. Like, I'm not a good gauge of my own skill, no one is. Everyone's always normally too hypercritical about themselves. Because you know exactly where you did things wrong. Other people might not notice them, or they might not care. Because they're just not going to register it. Again, you're your own worst enemy most of the time. Now this is something that I'm terrible at, and I'm trying to do better. So right here, in the here, you can see how I've got dark shadow here, and then normal shadow, and then light shadowing here. Or like, high, where its light is. The rationale behind this is it's the concept of shadow and manipulation. So when you actually when you look at light, light doesn't just go, yes, it's like here, sort of here, not here. There is reflection, there is all sort of stuff. This area here is a reflection point, right? It's technically giving off a slight bit of reflective light against itself. So therefore, it shouldn't actually be dark shadow, even though theoretically that's where the shadow would be. It's light because, or it's mid, because it's taking in the reflection of the higher light point. This is something I'm terrible with. It's what you do with most lighting techniques, and you'll see it a lot with people, is they'll basically, at where you'd almost assume the darker shadow is, they will put a light point in, some form of light. And it's like, why? And that's why. Now, I'll need to come through with a different coating at some of these spots. But yeah, I'm trying to see if I can remember to do the reflection stuff correctly. That's one of my big efforts I'm doing here. Alright, that's looking a little bit nicer. Now again, this is kind of where what I could be doing is using the fill tool more, but like, the weakness I have with the fill tool is if you start using it too much, you start just kind of relying on it a lot, and you stop being able to get the shape language feeling right. Or at least the same as it should. It's like right here, this feels very incredibly dull. So I'm gonna add in a little bit of lighting here. But clearly that's not right, so we need to readjust. That adds in a bit of that, but then we also add in, by contrast, a little bit darker. I don't know, I also like doing some of the stuff manually with art. This gives you like a little bit more of that, I don't know, control, I guess, of the thing. I don't know if I like the word control for this, but it's just that feel of it. Get a bit of feel. Now, there's, again, a lot more that could be done with some of the stuff we're seeing here. That just makes it look better. I, again, not skilled enough to do all of the stuff that would be relevant. I'm doing my best, Chief. Doing my best. There we go. We take all that away. That's what the hair looks like independent of everything else. I think that's looking pretty decent. It does look very decent. Good. I'm glad that it's looking at least not shit. That's the main goal, right? Oh, that actually came out nice for those feathers, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little surprised at how well that came out like that. Like, the shape's a bit weird, but like, overall, that's actually kinda nice. Huh. Maybe I'm not such a fucking failure. No, I mean... Alright, let's pale this out a shitload so I can start drawing over these. All of your art's pretty good, especially the newer. Well, to be fair, yeah, skill and just practice. Regardless of how good you are, if you practice enough, you get, like, a lot better than people initially think. I guess I'm at the point with enough practice to sorta justify being not trash yet. Make sure I get all of this right. Problem with so much same color stuff being like such a central piece of the art means that there is so much nuance you have to add in so many weird spots. Look, her shirt's dyed in the color of blood of her enemies, mainly, but, you know. Or her prey. Either or. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. bloody hoodie. Yeah. Alright, and then we gotta do... Oh god. So this is gonna be changed a fair bit, but we need this spot definitely. I still need to change this up a little bit. Ooh, that's right. Need to be careful. This is why you do layers, more layers, kids. That's why you do a lot more layers than what I'm doing. Wearing more layers is good when the weather is uncertain. Yes. Actually, wild thing that I was not used to when it came to, like, my trip in Japan was, the idea that when the weather says it's gonna be this, it's gonna be that, and it's not gonna, like, weirdly change or anything. That shit threw me the hell off. Like, what do you mean it's gonna be sunny all day? How does that work? How does that occur? How does a weather stay the same? that's a bit better. Whoops. It seems fairly fine. God, that hair makes a massive difference. Alright, let me also do the thing for the hair that I need to do. So I haven't finished the hair. It's pretty bright. This approach. That can do that. Alright. We do need to deal with the skin color though. Which, as every VTuber, it's fucking like this fucking weird ass, really low, like really whitish kind of thing. I don't think that's quite right. Yeah, it's in the direction we need to go, at least, so I can use it as a foundation point to recolor from. What? Name a VTuber, though, that's, like, not just somehow ashen face. I swear to God, it's concerning how dull-like colored they are. just looks sickly. This color does not look right. I need to change it. Like, that actually looks like fucking she's ill with this color. Um, duh, duh, duh. There we go. It's close, but if I leave it at this, it doesn't look right. Maybe a little bit more color like that. I'm gonna have to do something about that. I also need to deal with this light. Oh. Alright. Okay, and then just little bits here and there. And maybe if I add a little bit of shadow around here. Alright, there we go. Man, let's get this cleaned up. that I should be doing it this way. This is gonna make this part easier by a long shot. Okay, so if I remove... Oh no. Hey, do you want something to curse you? There you go. You've now been cursed. You never thought how simple it was to make something really disturbing, do you? Now, I know her corset isn't this brown, but, like, the darkness that has is really hard to work with without making it look disgusting. Sometimes while drawing, we end up with the most cursed shit on the canvas. Exactly. It's so fun when you're just drawing along, you toggle one layer off and you're like, oh cool, I ain't gonna sleep tonight. I wish that was even a joke, too. Like, there has been some things that I have drawn, and I just toggled one thing off, and I'm like, oh, that's actually horrifying. Now I can't look at this drawing the same way. It's always because I tend to do, like, facial features separate and coloring separate as well, that you get the situation where, like, it comes together and adds to, like, this really horrific, harmonious experience where you get things that are like, nah, that's not okay. I'm trying to think of the last one I had that was really bad for that. I think there was something I drew like a few months back that had that issue. Did it? Shading this is gonna be a pain in the ass, because to find a darker color that's not, like, too dark is gonna be annoying. I might have to raise the color, the brightness of, like, this brown, which goes, again, against what her actual visual style is, which is really dark, almost black leather. I'm already breaking the boundaries with this being the core version of the color. Because I don't think drawing that darker color is going to come out nicely on the pixel art. I feel like it needs a little bit more vibrant coloring. I should probably finish up soon. We are almost 6 hours into the stream. And you've probably seen more than enough of my art style at this point and how I do this stuff. See if I can try it. I'm probably not going to finish this today. It's the problem. Realistically, I don't think I'm getting any more work done on this today than I already have. Maybe. I might have the motivation after I get some phone calls done. She is starting to look more like actual Mume, though. If it wasn't for the purple dress, I think she's pretty much there. I'll be, like, perfectly honest. I like how the hair came out, though. That came out pretty nicely overall. So that's what she currently looks like of the stuff that I've actually completed, by the way, which that looks cursed as shit. Ooh, spooky. I love it. I think she's pretty much there since you colored the hair, yeah. I think the hair basically cemented kind of the intenser direction we were going with everything. I don't think there's any shape language I'm changing. I don't think there's anything, like, drastic I'm changing upon, like, how I do her design from this point onwards. It's just recoloring all the things into the correct colors and doing the finer detailing. I'm glad this has come out as well as it has, though. Yeah, this was not something I expected to come out as cleanly as this. That look better? That's still too dark. Yeah, that looks contrasting enough. A lot of like browns and darker browns and more browns in Mume's design, huh? You don't think about that until you have to draw it. Sometimes. Like, oh, this character looks cool. Starts drawing it. Man, why are you the same color? Like, all over. So it makes it just harder to do the design for you. So you have to make those colors look different while they're the exact same. There we go, that's looking a lot better. Oh my god, it's a Uma Musume. That is actually an outfit I could 100% see in Uma Musume. Without the coat, like, 100%. I'll probably be, like, without the dress, give her shorts instead. You're set. That's like 100% a design. Tell you what, Uma Musume, if you ever want to do pixel art versions of your horses, you know who to ask. Probably not me, because you have way better artists available. But you know how it go. I still have the camera on. There we go. Got to show off my pretty nails more, I guess. Alright. Like I said, I'm gonna call it here. I want to get more work done on this 100%, but I have some stuff I need to make sure I get done today. So I'll see if I can finish this off today. If I can, I'll post over on the Discord. You do, Harura. I mean, I could. I wouldn't be against doing it. Like, legitimately, I'd be down. Remind me at some point and I will probably do it in an afternoon. But yeah, we'll get more done on this. I'll see if I can get it done this week. If not, we'll come back and do it on a stream or something like that. I'm more than happy to come back and do more assets like this from time to time. It's just while we're doing the streams. To break up the coding monotony that I spent like all weekend on and also a good chunk of last week when I was able to. So, with that all being the case though, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.